And welcome to Mountain Outpost. We are coming to you live from the base of the wonderful Mount Hood. We're at Mount Hood Meadows, bringing you a Wy'east Trailfest 28K presented by Salomon. This is part of the Golden Trail National Series. I'm your host, Zach Marion. I am joined by Drew. Drew, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, Zach.
Drew was kind enough to join us over from Salomon, the presenting sponsor of the race today. You've got a couple horses in the race, it sounds like.
We do. We have 3 athletes that we're really excited about. I'm excited for the race as a whole. I will say that. But very excited to see our 3 athletes on the field today.
It'll be really fun to follow along. We have a lot of amazing athletes. For those who joined us yesterday, you know what you are in for. You have views, you have competition, you have everything that you need to make a great day here out at the Wy'east Trailfest 28K. We are going to be starting promptly live at 8 a.m. That is the Elite Wave start. We've got some drones in the sky. We've got a crew out there. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have a lot of fun today.
Yeah, we are. And I can tell you, Zach, I got out of my car this morning in the parking lot, and the energy felt different this morning than it did yesterday. Right?
A little different.
There was a great competition yesterday. We had a lot of battles for places that mattered in the 50K, but the energy in the parking lot right now just feels almost very like track meet
very
oriented,
so.
Right?
Yeah.
You're seeing like the big brands. You're seeing the tracksuit zipped up all the way to the chin.
Warming up out there.
Warming up. Everyone's doing
Saw
strides.
some strides out in the parking lot. Yeah.
That's something you're not seeing in a 50K day, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think that we are in for a very, very stout race. We've got athletes representing all different partnerships, all different brands out there. We have truly... This is part of the Golden Trail National Series, so you're going to get competition every time you show up to one of these races. In fact, that is why most of these athletes do show up, because they want the competition. So for those who watched yesterday or who tuned in a little bit or even saw some of the Mountain Outpost social feeds with the battle that went on between Matt Seidel and Nick Hurt, yeah, the local shredder here. Absolutely amazing battle yesterday. I anticipate paces are going to be even faster today.
That's true. And we saw competition even extending down to that 3rd place for women as well yesterday. And I know it's going to be a little bit harder for us to keep track of every moving body out there. Hopefully things will be a little bit more closely packed up to kind of let that storyline unfold on camera. But I know we're ready to pick up wherever we can to tell that story.
Absolutely. We've got a number of drone pilots out there. We have a number of our cam team out there trying to get the entirety of the race. Now, let us start with this. Yes, this is absolutely an elite competitive race, and we will focus on the front of those packs, both male and female, as much as we can. If we are not broadcasting them in or we are not broadcasting them in, it's just because we don't have eyes on them. It's not because we don't care. We love everybody. We would love all of these races. Anyone who has ever been heard me on the mic here during a race, you know that I am more passionate about the women's racing these days, the last couple of years. I just think it's so deep and so competitive. We've got Jade Billsberg here representing Topo. Love it. Go Topo. Who's your Salomon gals out there?
Well, the person I'm looking forward to coming off a great race at Cirque Series, Snowbird, is Andy Cornish.
Yes.
Andy's a young athlete, comes from the ski racing background, similar to kind of her counterpart in the Salomon team, Sam Hendry, who just took 2nd at Speed Goat yesterday.
Yep.
So I know we have a battle kind of unfolding before our eyes with different strengths, right? We talked a lot about yesterday the varied terrain ranging from that wooded single track to this more scree ascent and descent. It really does allow strengths to kind of take over in different parts of the race.
Yeah, and as we saw yesterday in the battles that took place, there were some position changings depending on the strengths. Some of the uphill runners were passing on that big climb up the Wizard climb, and then they were getting passed on the descents, especially as you come back into the finish line where it is a screaming descent there. So I think we're going to get – this makes the race really exciting.
Right.
Because you do have so many different parts of the course that are going to play to somebody's overall speed strength. Max King, an absolute shredder on the climbs and the flatter running.
Right.
So he will do very, very well in those sections. But if we've got someone with some extreme road speed here – he might get caught in a few of the wooded sections.
That's true.
So as you can see on your screen here, we have a plethora of different terrains to run on, and all in 28K.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's so insane that you're going to get such a spread of varied terrains and techniques that you're going to use out there. So I think we're going to see a lot of changing of positions. So that's going to be really exciting today. We've got eyes there on the start line. We are 5 minutes away from go time. We can hear just behind us Jeremy, the race director, kind of getting on the mic, getting the elite runners prepped and ready. You can see some strides happening out there. I mean, I knew this race was going to be a little bit different as soon as I went to leave last night, and I saw Max King doing some strides in the parking lot, and I was like, oh, homeboy came to play.
Max came straight in from a camp that he was doing, and immediately came in, picked up some dinner on the way, camped in the parking lot last night, and he was doing strides and bounding exercises, which just those big steps ready to go. Now, I know we had the pleasure of having Darren Thomas, another athlete from Salomon I'm excited to have, and he shared a little bit about his strategy that I know I'm curious to see how that plays out today. I know he talked about having this visibility at the 50K, seeing this on the screen playing out with these athletes. I will share, the 28K today is the same course essentially of what we saw yesterday. So Darren had this bird's eye view from the announcer's booth, and he shared that by the time you get to that out and back climb to the top to get that hole punch and come back, well, you don't need the hole punch today, but when you get up to the top, he said that he wants to be free off the front as much as possible at that time, because that is a really tough descent to make. It's really craggy and dangerous, in terms of keeping the ankles solid. So I know that's something that he wants to do. We'll see if other people have the same play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he had kind of a little sneak preview of the course. He got to sit here and get all the beta he needed to execute his plan. We've got Alex King is going to be here, a local shredder out of Washington. He ended up stepping down from the 50K to the 28K today. He recently just spent some time out in Colorado training at higher elevations, and he's really adopted the bike life lately, so he's getting a higher volume with a lower impact. And as the 50K winner last year, I think he is stepping down in distance to really compete with some other amazing athletes. He himself is an incredible athlete. He has a lot of the FKTs around here in this valley, up the mountains, up these volcanoes, so he is someone to also keep an eye on out there. As this race unfolds, you can kind of see with 3 minutes to go, the elites are gathering, kind of getting themselves ready for what's about to take place. And speaking of what's about to take place, the Wy'east Trailfest 28K is 17.3 miles with 4,300 feet of gain. All of that on 95% single track. So you're going to get, if passes need to be made, it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be super easy. There's not a lot of trail width to do it in. You can see Alex King right there all the way off to your far right. He's wearing the white shirt, gray shorts. Who else are we seeing up there? We've got a plethora of athletes. We got some of the trail team up there.
We do. We see a
Is
Bowerman
that Darren
singlet?
Thomas right there?
Darren Thomas front and center. But we can see some Bowerman singlets in the mix too, so some local talent.
Yep.
Saw them in the parking lot as well in those are the warm-ups I was referring to.
Right.
As I get out of the car. But, looking at and kind of anticipating the speed that we expect from the field today and what this course kind of played out the way it did yesterday, I do expect a really fast start out the gate. For the folks who know how narrow that single track is, until Umbrella, there's going to be a log jam there. There's not really many opportunities to pass, so I expect it's going to be a race to the trees. And once we see people get out of Umbrella, right, we kind of open up a little bit more to be in that a little bit more of a fire road situation on the way up to
that is the 5% non-single track of the course.
And I think, honestly, that might be a welcome challenge for many people. It'll be a way for some folks to make some moves because it goes wider before you make it to that big climb. And we see folks kind of taking a step up to the start line, the nervous energy, a lot of smiles out there.
I see
it's a good
Max
sense of camaraderie,
King there
right?
off to the left with the red singlet.
And
this is a great idea to remember these colors of singlets now.
It's so
because
true.
We are going to be calling them in later.
From a bird's eye view. Yeah.
So as these runners make their way out of here, they're going to kind of, as you said, traverse this meadow that is going to be wide, and it's going to get into that single track. Now, honestly, if it were me, I would want to get myself out front so I can more dictate the pace. And if someone does want to pass me, they're going to have to work a little bit harder to do it.
Right.
And they're going to have to spend some energy to do something greater than what I'm doing. So
agreed.
I love the idea of getting out there and kind of setting the tone and also holding the pace back a little bit. So we'll see what happens here. We've got 30 seconds to go. We've got some anxious energy. You can see a lot of that back and forth, shaking the legs. This is such a habit. I love it every single time.
Now, I know I think I'm a little bit more in tune to like the tools for the job that people bring to the place. I'm honestly looking at what people are wearing on their feet right now. If there are gaiters, if there aren't gaiters, just generally what tool for the job that these athletes bring, because yesterday people were going for speed and comfort, or maybe a little bit more comfort side of things in the 50K. This is going to be just breakneck speed, and the breakneck speed is going to require a fair amount of traction, and we're off.
And there they go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the start of the Wy'east Trailfest 28K, and they are hauling. That is, wow. You get this nice little descent out of the gate here and can just haul. So this is the elite wave. Oh, there's Chris, local legend there in the white and pink hat.
The great thing about this is a beautiful shot to kind of illustrate what we're seeing here.
And Max King out front.
Oh my goodness!
If that is Max King, I would not be shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked
because that is exactly how he races, hard from the gun. It's a lot of strategies that can play out here today in terms of you've got someone shooting from the gun. We've got Clark
Bowerman
on the ground there. Oh, that's a Bowerman single.
Yeah.
That's a Bowerman move right there.
Now this follow cam
Terex crew.
Right, this kind of shows what we were talking about yesterday. This illustrates the speed that we're working here. I know, just for a point of reference, we talked about that battle between first and second yesterday between Matt Seidel and Nick Hurt, and we heard some spicy paces that were going on in the 50K.
Right.
Which were sub 6 minute pace at times.
Yeah, they were in the fives, the high to mid fives, as they were making that final descent, which, as you can see here, this is the same trail that they are going to be coming back on. So you can imagine that if you got legs, if you got wheels at this point, you can absolutely just open it up. And it's also a welcome reprieve from all the shale and talus and like that technical high section. You can really just get yourself in a position of screaming down this. And if it's close, it's going to be a battle.
It's true. And with so many runners on the course, I know compared to yesterday, right, seeing this kind of string of runners in this place and these beautiful follow cams we have as well, it really helps us understand from the booth and at home and behind the computer screen of what these minute changes in elevation look like and what that footing looks like as well.
Exactly.
So yesterday when there was one or two runners in the
already kicking dust up.
Oh wow. When we saw the battles taking place, it was kind of difficult to understand the grade of these hills, but this does help show you how runnable this section is, and to your point, Zach, how quickly people are trying to get into the woods to make their move or make their
kind of put themselves in a position to make moves to, I think first, if you want to compete, you got to put yourself in a position to compete. And that only happens if, you're in that, hunting mode. If you're, and you can see how already it's spread out quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I know Clark is sitting, probably towards the front of that, either chase pack. So he's absolutely doing the most out there in terms of keeping up with these guys. We wouldn't have it any other way. So this terrain is kind of undulating in and out. So here's our second wave starting right there. This is going to be more of the mid-packers. You can see it's going out at a much more palatable pace.
Yeah.
This would be my crew right here. These are my people.
Exactly.
This is how I want to go out and start a race. I'd much rather do this and then have a solid finish than just roast too many matches out the book. But something tells me that those elites out front are absolutely going to be able to handle that pace.
Yeah.
And they know exactly what they're doing. Back to the front here.
I'm almost I almost wish we had a little bit of I want to hear the heavy breathing right now.
Oh my gosh.
I want to hear
absolutely.
the cadence, but I feel like I'm there, This is really helpful to illustrate because, to your point, it's so strung out, right? We're seeing people disappear from that line of sight, and this is something we talked about yesterday, that when things get strung out a little bit, more so in the 50K, you really lose sight of somebody in the trees. You truly have no idea where they are.
Exactly.
And to this point as well, we don't know exactly where that front of the pack is at this point, in this focal point on the race.
There we go. So we've got lead females right here. That's Jade Bellsberg
and Megan
front.
Lacey.
Yes. Dude,
Purple pigtails. You can always pick them out.
Nice catch there.
Oh, well, Megan Lacey is, she's a Boise person, right? I believe.
Yeah.
But just has been in the scene of track and field and road and trail. Really does it all. It's definitely a one to watch for me. Always a grinder and a competitor, and knows how to do it across several disciplines. So I'm always a Megan Lacey fan for sure.
So I think this is interesting to start picking apart what people are using. You said you're looking at the tools for the job, right? She's got a pack on.
Yes, she does.
I'm anticipating that her aid station stop is probably only going to be ski lodge on the way up.
I agree.
And you're not going to see her waste any time at aid stations.
I did see Andy Cornish taking the same approach as well.
Yeah, I think
setting the pack up.
Everybody's got their own way of doing things. I personally do not like packs.
Yeah.
I hate wearing them. It's an extra layer. It's hot. It's warm. So I typically tend to go with just a one bottle and a race belt. And that's how I like to race. But, different strokes for different folks.
We do see gaiters as well on Megan Lacey, and we do see the
wrist straps.
Yes, the wrist straps ready kind of for poles to be maybe employed at some point. Doesn't mean they will be, but just something to keep in mind.
Some of our chasing women there. Looks like the women are pretty tight. They are running very close together. And you can just see how densely forested that area is. And, this is literally cell phone coverage right now. So we've got our man on the ground, Clark Morgan, local legend here, doing the absolute most he possibly can to get some of these great views. And we are off with our final wave of the race here.
And these waves, they more so speak to these pinch points on the course, right? Everybody here is going to be running a great race. This is a beautiful place to do it, but a great place to work hard and challenge yourself. But we talked about these pinch points, and if we set everybody off into these log jam areas at the same time, we're gonna have some challenges, right? I know yesterday when we had a few of the races overlapping, right, the 14 and the 50, and I think the 8K as well. At some points, right, we had some pinch points of folks having to maybe wait their turn for a hole punch or something like that. But this is really good to see. We already have a leader going well off the front.
Yeah, he's making his moves on the rest of wave 3 there. And I actually, I love that they do this, that they put it in waves, because I think this allows those who are competitive to truly be competitive and race each other. Sometimes race each other a little too hard. I think there's going to be some implosion based on those paces. I think there's going to be some absolute implosion on the first handful of runners there.
For sure.
You never wish it upon anyone, but you know that it's likely. It can happen for sure.
It can happen.
So
yeah.
I think that we're going to see some of that going down out there. I also think that it's great because the middle of the pack and the back of the pack don't feel pressured. They don't feel rushed. They're not chasing. They're not being pushed.
Yeah.
It happened at Cirque Series where we had one of the elite athletes start, I believe, 12 minutes behind everyone else.
Whoa.
Just had a rough go getting there. Went to the wrong ski lodge.
I've had that happen before.
But we've all been there, right?
Yeah.
But he started 12 minutes after everyone. I think he still finished in the top 10, which is pretty amazing at a race like that. No, he finished in the top 20.
Whoa.
I think he was like 16th overall. But had a fantastic race. But to that point, he had to pass everybody.
Sure.
And then he said in the interview afterwards, he felt bad because he's like, I felt like I was making people like push harder than they wanted to because I was right behind them trying to, on the single track sections where it's really narrow, I couldn't get around them without like making it difficult for them. So I think this is a really great way to start a race like this that does get into that single track within the first 400 meters. You're on single track, and you saw there how wooded that area was.
Yeah.
And it just makes it really difficult to to maneuver around people. And you also just feel pressured if you got someone on your butt who's maybe faster than you and you didn't realize 60 seconds in you went out a little too hot because of all that adrenaline, and now you're stuck with that pace.
Yeah, and you're being pursued.
Yeah, and that just doesn't feel good. So I love the wave starts.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely the way to do it. So we have a really fun race ahead of us. I'm really excited. So our first aid station is going to be there at mile 7.8. Umbrella aid station, the Salomon aid station, which is going to be awesome. You guys are manning it out there, helping support these races, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And speaking of supporting these races, we have the race director, Jeremy Long, here. Come on up. Let's have a seat. Let's hear from you. I'm going to have you switch out with Drew here. Getting some more footage from the field there. Clark making his way back so that he can get out to the Umbrella aid station. Awesome. So I am in studio here with race director Jeremy Long. How you doing, man?
It's been a weekend, but I'm doing good. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we've been talking all week, and you've been on this mountain probably a dozen times. Whether it's putting pins in the ground
for sure,
or setting things up. How is the course conditions this year compared to other years?
We've got a little bit more snow this year than the past few years up in the high country above the Ski Patrol aid station. But it's been melting out rapidly the past week or so. But, we're kind of prepared for whatever lingering snow we get. We work well with Mount Meadows to make sure that those snow fields are easy to cross and easy to navigate, and we mark them super heavily. We've got a good strategy and technique for doing that, and it proved to work well yesterday. So,
it seemed like it worked really well yesterday, and I think that we're going to get some athletes are going to follow the tracks from yesterday, which I think might be a little treacherous because that snow is going to be kind of tossed up at this point. It's going to be really soft and broken down.
Right.
So I'm excited to see how they approach that. Is it called the Wizard Climb? Is that what it is?
They kind of have it broken up into three sections. There's Middle Wizard, Lower Wizard, and Upper Wizard.
Nice.
And obviously it's Upper Wizard that goes up to the turnaround. But I think it should be there we are.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's such a cool zone up there. The primitive nature of the trail, and all that volcanic scree and Volkswagen-sized boulders. It's just really cool.
This is a really
unique region for sure.
It's a really unique region and area, and I absolutely love that you brought a race out here, and you are showcasing kind of just outside of Portland, Oregon. You have these amazing, volcanic mountains, great skiing, but I don't think people recognize that it's also great trail running out here.
Yeah, and that was one of the coolest things that Mount Meadows was able to forge during the kind of the COVID era, was building out a lot of new trails up here, just trying to drive, some more summer, traffic and use, and we were able to work with them and kind of offer feedback in terms of where those trails go and where they're going to line up, and it's been really cool to be able to utilize those trails and bring a really unique alpine race experience to the Northwest, where most of our alpine is in wilderness areas where events are obviously prohibited. So we've got a really unique opportunity here to work with Mount Meadows and send folks up for an event in areas that are generally, kind of off limits, essentially, for events.
As you can see here, the viewers at home are getting an awesome view of
the
profile
incredible
of this course.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't look super tall behind me. I'm like looking at that peak and I'm like, oh, that's not too bad.
Manageable.
That's decent. But then you see these views and you see exactly what these runners are going to go through. And I think it speaks to, we just got footage of these runners going through the heavily wooded single track, like buttery smooth single track out there. But then you're looking at this and you're like, how is this the same course?
Right.
Like, tell me what your idea was when you put this course together, and kind of, I think it lends into another conversation with the Golden Trail National Series being a part of it.
Yeah, when I was trying to evolve a course that stayed entirely within the Mount Hood Meadows zone, and that we could create a really accessible but also incredibly dynamic course. When I first put together this 28K loop, essentially, we had this Lord of the Rings, kind of sensibility going on with it's the Shire down low and it's Mordor up high.
I love it. This is the perfect way to describe this.
Yeah. So
these runners go through an absolutely epic journey to get to both, right?
Exactly. So it's start in the Shire, work up to Mordor, conquer it, come back down and finish in the Shire.
And you get to have some amazing burritos here in the lodge.
Yep.
I was able to have one yesterday. They're absolutely great. You guys put on a phenomenal event. What does it mean to you to have it be part of the Golden Trail National Series?
It's supremely satisfying, from both a race director's standpoint to, work with, a premier race series like the Golden Trail Series, and of course with the folks at Salomon to come up and just bring an extra layer of hype and fun, and for some of the folks at Salomon, kind of a full circle experience. That we've had a variety of partnerships over the years to kind of bring it back and bring it to Mount Hood is just super enjoyable, super fun, and it's really just satisfying to know that we're bringing just a high level experience to all the runners.
Yeah, and you guys
and to the Northwest. So
yeah, I think this exactly was my next point. Is you are bringing kind of this such an amazing race, and you're getting eyes on a part of Portland that personally, as a trail runner, of having done this for 14 years at a competitive level, I've never been out to Mount Hood before, and this is my first time. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, bro, I'm from Salt Lake. I live in Denver.
How cool could it be, right?
I see mountains all the time. This can't be that great. And
right.
I can tell you, I have been pining to get out there on this trail and run some of this. Like, I can tell you at 12:15 we cut. At 12:20, I'm going to be in my running shoes heading up that trail because I want to see what that climb is all about.
Yeah, totally.
If I still have the energy. But, I mean, this is exactly it. You can see just one swoop of the camera, and now we're in these beautiful pines.
Yeah.
And we literally just went from that amazing rocky, craggy area to this. And, like, I think this is going to prove to be a really fun race because you do get a mixture of everything.
Right.
And you get athletes who are talented and a little of this and a little of that, and they're going to exploit their talents here.
Totally.
Which, if yesterday was any indicator, we're going to have a lot of competition out on the course. We're going to have a lot of changing of places in the final 10K.
Yeah. And I mean, just since it's not new to me, the course, my excitement for this year especially is just to see how the runners discover, the variety and the, I guess the intensity and the ruggedness, especially in that high country. It's a unique area to bring an event to the Northwest, especially again. So
yeah, and I think you're doing the absolute most in terms of you've put together an amazing course. You've put together a really great field of athletes this year. We want to see this race continue to grow and grow. And that is in part why us here at Mountain Outpost wanted to come out and work with you guys to showcase this race, because you are absolutely right during our conversations. This race is one of the more unique, amazing races in the country, especially in the Pacific Northwest, and it deserves to have some eyes on it. So when does registration open for next year? That's what I want to know. We'll open on New Year's Day for this event. Yeah, it's just kind of it's a hallmark day. For race registrations, everybody's looking at their year. So we just like to pile on for January 1st. So. You want to strike at the emotions of everybody who's like making those commitments for the year.
All the resolutions. Yeah.
And that's again like the last thing I do want to point out about this is it's something else I loved is the 3-wave start, and we got to see people who were like elite competitive runners who are really trying to have a breakout race or secure a podium. A spot on the podium, but you also have, this is accessible to everybody. Yep. It's a challenge, but it's accessible to everyone.
And that's one of our fundamental goals, and call it a policy or whatever you want to call it, is we're all trail runners at heart, and everybody identifies with, the joy of trail running and that accessibility of folks at the bleeding edge of the front of the pack all the way to the folks doing their first race ever in Wave 3. I mean, we're all here to enjoy this experience and share it on the mountain.
Absolutely, and I think you've done a great job of making it super accessible with an ultra distance race in the 50K yesterday for those who want to enjoy that.
Yeah.
But you've got everything from an 8K, a 14K, here at the 28K that's uber competitive. So you offer a little bit of everything, and as someone who just loves this sport and loves to see it grow, I am grateful to you for putting together an amazing race in an amazing place and then allowing us to come be a part of it here at Mountain Outpost. So we're really excited to see what happens today.
Yeah, and I can't wait once the dust settles to go back and watch the live stream for myself. So again, thank you to Mountain Outpost for being here and I mean, providing this coverage that obviously is beyond our capability. James Hulk takes great photos, but to have the live experience it's unmatched. So thank you guys for being here.
Right now we are in a bit of a dead space, as we mentioned in the race, so we wanted to bring you on and talk to you a little bit and let the viewers at home know what's going to be happening. We should have eyes on our runners crossing, is it the Sahale Trail?
Yeah, they'll drop down the Umbrella Trail and then they climb back up the Sahale Trail to Umbrella Aid Station. Yeah, so
we've got a Staticam sitting out there. We're waiting to see them cross, and it should be any minute now. They should have made it there. They should be making it there.
They'll be getting close. I think they'll probably hit the aid station at around 8:45, the leaders.
Yeah, so we've got a camera halfway in between.
Oh, okay. The camera
watching
halfway.
Them cross the road, so we're going to get that. And then from then on, we should have amazing footage. We've got drone everywhere. It's going to be great. So
excellent.
Stay tuned.
Can't
we
wait
have
to watch
a
it
lot
unfold.
of fun happening. Jeremy, I'm going to let you get back to your job and go direct this thing.
Yeah.
Go take a breather until you have to start welcome everyone in, and you are busy for the rest of the day.
Well, I'm enjoying the cloud cover that we're getting for the morning, so that'll be a nice little bit of shelter from the sunshine that we're expecting in the afternoon. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for putting together a great race. We appreciate inviting us out here. We'll catch you probably from the drone there as you're handing out awards and giving hugs and shaking hands at the finish.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, man.
All right.
That was Jeremy Long, a race director here at Daybreak Racing, putting together some amazing races. If you haven't been a part of Daybreak, if you haven't checked them out, you definitely have to get yourself on their website so that you can sign up for one of their mini great races. Part of those races, Mountain Outpost has broadcast. We've had the Big Alta 28K and I believe 50K. We also had Gorge Waterfalls 50K, 100K. So we are invited back to a third race here with Daybreak Racing, and I can attest as someone who has run these races and also someone who has been out here broadcasting them for years. For the last couple of years, they do an amazing job putting together an experience for all the athletes. But that could not happen without the support of amazing partnerships such as Salomon. Drew, you're from Salomon.
Yes.
You are brand new to Salomon. As someone who loves this sport, who loves running, tell me what it means to you to be able to bring Golden Trail National Series here to a race like this and showcase this part of the world.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the question. I know that when I think of trail running, that was the spark that kind of opened up my window to the world. I think running to me growing up was very suburban and asphalt and very limited in what it provided. And being able to finally work for this brand that helped me kind of expand my mind and what is possible for exploration is really cool. And I love the partnership that we have at Salomon to the Golden Trail Series because it allows, like Jeremy said, right, we're focused on these distances that are accessible for people. They're the sub-ultra trail. They're maybe more inviting to someone who wants to enter the space and kind of mix it up to something new. But it also allows for competition at the top speed to take place in this kind of European format of trail racing as well. So I think it offers kind of this dual principle of allowing people to explore what the sport is meant to do, which is really rare that it can do both.
Right, and I think something that's really awesome is that this race, the series, the Golden Trail Series, allows for Sorry, I apologize. It allows for competition to really play out over a whole summer,
right?
A whole season,
right?
So you are able to kind of really get to some amazing storylines.
Yeah.
I think like you're having runners race multiple races, and like where Max King gets bested one week, he can come back and have, his revenge on Darren Thomas the next week. And even though they're partners on Salomon, there are competitors once that gun goes off, and they might work together, but each of them want to win.
For sure.
On the same thing on the women's side, you're going to see them, Jade Bielsberg had a fantastic race at some other of the Golden Trail series,
right,
and she's like really wanting to focus on it this year. So she's going to sign up for multiple races. So there's a lot of fun in these 100-mile races, and there's a lot of fun in the, the bigger ultras.
Yeah.
That is like one statement piece, like Western States. But when you get to string together a whole season of amazing performances and great races, and there's a little less pressure on each one, so you can really pick and choose which ones you're going to like really exploit the course. Which I think makes it a really fun and dynamic storytelling.
Yeah, like you were saying, there's this cumulative nature of all these races kind of fitting together, and it allows for, like you said, for there to be people are assessed on the sum of the parts, which is great. And while all of these races are kind of in the same range of distance, no two courses are alike. So I know the Broken Arrow version and Breakneck are different than what we're going to see today, and what we're going to see differently when we get to Headlands, when we get to Mammoth, right? All of our U.S. destinations for Golden Trail this year. But to your point about kind of building these cumulative storylines, if we think of the things that are popping off right now in the Netflix docuseries and sports realm, we see Tour de France Unchained, we see Sprint is the most recent docuseries that exists as well, from Box to Box, and they're all predicated on this idea of kind of putting some barriers on competition to make it cumulative, right? So they focus on the Diamond League for track, for example, and it allows for them to kind of tell a story of the best competitors in a functional space going head-to-head over the course of a year, gaining points, and then there's a championship. And I know Golden Trail is doing exactly that as well. I mean, similar thing with Tour de France, a little bit different with it being so many stages in a very short period of time, but it does have that storyline of cumulative sum of the parts. You have the day-to-day competition, but who's the best over the course of everything?
Exactly. So what you're seeing right now is on screen this is our umbrella aid station. This is kind of like really the one crew spot that you get unless you want to go all the way up the mountain to the ski lodge. And so the runners are kind of making their way, as we mentioned, through the forested areas, and then they are going to drop into here at Umbrella Aid Station. So we do have a static cam sitting in between these, so we're going to get a quick hit of the runners as they drop down, kind of make their way down into Umbrella Falls, and then they got to climb up out of that. So as you can see, it is a densely forested area outside of this, one section of road that has been plowed through to get access to this ski lodge.
Right.
Outside of that, it is exactly what you see on each edge there, just extremely wooded, extremely dense, which makes for really fun, exciting racing. It kind of keeps the train going and keeps the train together, but also it makes it kind of fun. We got some folks saying hi there. Absolutely love it. But yeah, so we're keeping an eye on our static cam to see if we can't see who's out front and who's chasing through coming into this. So by the time they hit that static cam out there, just got word that actually our static is down. So,
well, this would be similar to yesterday in a sense, where there's going to be an element of surprise for all of us, because that densely wooded area does really kind of shield and shroud everybody who is racing, and I know that element of anticipation is palpable for me and for the folks at home. And as a reminder, right, our umbrella aid station is our one and only timing mat in this race. So if you're following along, I would encourage everybody who is watching the feed right now, if you have friends who are trying to keep up with this race just via the results alone, I would encourage them to watch this feed, because we're going to be able to have some more points of this story through the race. So they should be watching the live stream to get a better sense of how things are playing out in real time.
Exactly. It's not going to do you very good to watch just this one timing map, because this is 7 miles into a 17-mile race.
Correct.
So it is less than halfway through, and you are not going to quite get, again, you haven't even gotten into like the steep technical parts. So we're going to see a lot more happening beyond this. So we appreciate your patience in, staying with us. If you do disappear, come on back here in about 10 minutes, because that's where the action is going to get super hot. We do have several birds in the air and several cameras set up from this point on. So this, just like last year, this is where the action really took off, is from this point down. And again, even though we did have drones in the air over there, we legitimately were unable to see who was doing what, because it's so snaky back there, the trail is, and you can't tell exactly what point of the course someone's on. So we have opted to give you a much better back half of the race in terms of visibility and whatnot. So again, bear with us. Those guys are moving pretty hot, and for them to cover 7 miles of some pretty awesome trail, pretty runnable trail, I don't think there's anything that these guys aren't running today, to be honest. But I think we're going to end up getting them there in a short amount of time, in short order. So my guess is we're going to see them hit this aid station in 44 minutes elapsed on the clock. So as you can see up in the upper right, that is our elapsed time on the clock. That did start 10 seconds late, so give them that grace.
Very true.
But temperature out here on the ground it's almost perfect.
It is really nice.
I think we're sitting in what I would consider a perfect racing temperature. I don't feel like it's too. Yesterday we had a lot of sun in the air, and it was incredibly, incredibly hot. Our high for the day is only 61. Wow. So I think it's like almost perfect racing temperature. You can see everyone was in, a singlet and split shorts. I don't think it's going to be chilly up here at all, but it's warm enough to keep the muscles warm, but cool enough to not overheat. And as Jeremy alluded to, having that overcast is going to be super, super beneficial to these guys, because they're not going to, and gals, they're not going to be roasting themselves, up on those exposed sections where there are no trees, which is pretty much the entire back half of the race.
Right. And to your point, Zach, we might be able to see, with the temperature kind of making way for this competition to take place, we might be able to see maybe some more like pure racing take place. It's not going to be who has the ability to regulate temperature as the defining factor. It might be, truly the pure foot race of it all, which is what, I know I want to see today. I know there's so many elements of this, but the temperature being a little bit more in the range of acceptable for everybody should bear well. And I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I think it's going to play out for, again, a purely competitive race. There's no limiting factors there, or very minimal limiting factors.
Yeah.
So we're going to see it. We're going to see them rip through here. If it's anything like yesterday, they are going to come in hot and spicy, and very rare are we going to see anyone actually stop and fill up their bottles here in this front pack.
It's really a shame. I know the Salomon tent has a nice coffee bar. Probably not for the racers themselves, but I know we're doing some iced coffees out of the aid station tent today. But yeah, I completely agree. I do not expect anyone to really stop at this section of it, because we did see some folks making some strategic choices within their own ability and within their own comfort level of, all right, I'm going to take a pack. It's probably going to last me until our ski patrol aid station, or I'm going to travel light because I know that's what I need, or that's what I can get away with in that sense. So we'll see if there are some stops here. I would be a little bit more surprised, but very curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that we're going to see a fast and furious spread through here. So I don't anticipate that we're going to be able to make out the runners. We're going to be able to see who's crossing that road and send them on their way. And again, we're going to have birds in the sky kind of capturing this and following it from this point on. But we are just in a completely cell coverage, service coverage, dead area back there. And we also are just extremely limited on visibility. So again, thank you everybody for being patient with us. We're going to, some of our cameras out there appear to have gone down. But we're excited to bring you the back half of the course for sure. And you see a little bit of, rushing and excitement there at the aid station. You got crews running around. I anticipate we're going to have, if we do see any stops, we're going to have a lot of crews just swapping out bottles, just runners dropping bottles, crews handing off bottles, baton style, and they're just going to rip through there.
We might see something reminiscent of yesterday where there was a Mountain Outpost post on social yesterday, the follow cam on Nick Hurt on the final descent through Ski Patrol, the glorious shed of the pack, dropped it in real time.
Here we go. We got our
Here's
static
somebody.
cam. It is up.
Looks like the trail team.
Yeah,
taking
here we go. We're going to start to see a runners ripping through here. So this is roughly mile 5 of the course. It looks like we're going to get in. There's Jade Billsburg and, a gal chasing. Did not catch
ASIC
that number.
singlet.
Yeah, that was an ASIC singlet. That is Jade Billsburg. For those of you guys who are in the chat, first off, let us know where you're joining us from. It's always exciting to me to be like, where are we reaching out there in the world? But also, if you got beta on some of these athletes and you know who they are, please let us know.
Look at this train coming through. I see
Train
Andy
lady.
Cornish looking over the shoulder. There's a pack of gents. So it looks like we have our first 4 women through.
Yeah, that would be the first 4. I think I saw 5 women come through there. Purple Braids definitely making her way through.
Right.
And then it was Andy Cornish. Sorry.
Andy Cornish. No, it's all good.
Andy Cornish out there. We saw Jade Billsburg in the lead, who she has had a couple phenomenal races this year. Switched her focus from the longer distances down to these shorter distances, where she's truly finding a lot of success. There's one of the trail team athletes who is front of the pack there. And you can see how these runners are coming in so hot. They're taking this wide turn.
We love a wave at full speed.
Give us some
my
love.
goodness.
I mean, yeah, I've had people let us know that they absolutely love kind of having us out there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fun. It's fun to see them interact. But yeah, you're getting just a little taste of how fast these runners are coming through as they blaze off this single track trail.
Yeah.
And they're taking this wide turn to cross the street and get over here. So this is kind of, you can see the, we're going to call that the Outhouse News Station. I think Jamil's going to pop out any moment. But we've got our road crossing here, and it is kind of hard to see where I set up the camera this morning. So I think it's kind of, they come out expecting to cross the street, and they actually have to move around a little bit more.
Yeah.
So now we're seeing kind of the chase packs come through. This is the Sahale Trail that drops you down to Sahale Falls, the waterfalls, or Umbrella Falls, and then they make their way up to the Umbrella Aid Station. So from here, it's about 15 minutes or less.
To your point about the body language, the waving, the ability to say, hey, when I'm thinking about the headspace, right? There's 2 different camps, right? There's the side of things where folks want to be so focused and locked in, and the blinders are on in what they're doing. They're not necessarily going to be saying, they're not necessarily going to be waving and engaging with the crowd. And that's definitely one school of thought. But the other side of things, when we do see somebody who's maybe like a little bit more relaxed, able to wave, that shows that they just have a level of comfort with what they're doing. And that could really benefit that athlete. So I'm always curious to see how things play out at various stages. We got another wave right there.
Yes.
We love to see it. So I know you were talking about where people are watching from today. Any things that deserve a shout out? Whoa, this is going to be. We saw a wide turn and a more direct approach. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're good. We've got there's some tough gals out there. We got some trail runners going up trail, and I don't think they know what they're getting into today. They are going to have a swarm of people.
Yes, they are.
Through.
Yes, they are.
So yeah, I know we've got people from making the move,
wow,
making the pass,
move.
going on to the single track there, which I think is indicative of what we are going to see in the front pack of the race as well. Like using that road section is okay. I have to do as least work as possible to pass this person. I'm going to do it here, and I'm not going to sit on this train anymore.
It either shows that they have great visibility. They knew what the course would look like, that this would be a place to make a pass, or that they're head on a swivel at this point of the race to say, okay, it's going to open up. I have about 25 meters to do something. Now I have to do it. So Either way, I think it's a great move from the athletes we see kind of being more aggressive in that moment.
Yeah, we do have, so speaking of from around the world, we've got San Francisco, New York. They're joining us from Kyrgyzstan. Thanks, Aid Station Fireball.
Whoa.
Des Moines, Iowa, Zurich. Yes, I do love some good European running. So, Soul Brother, I hope we're able to tickle that amazing European Alps fancy over there. We've got Ohio, we've got Romania, Germany. I absolutely love to see it. Scottsdale, AZ, home, just out of Phoenix. That is the home of Mountain Outpost. So thank you for joining us out there, Chandler. We absolutely love all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's light up these comments. Let's see who you're cheering for, who you're coming for, and if you're just coming for the pure competition, you're about to get a heavy Sunday morning dose of competition for sure.
And I know you're talking about the comments there. One comment I saw was a question about a shoe change. Given that different terrain that we have, right, going from this single track in this wooded area to in this runnable section to something that's a little bit more volcanic, scree, and that talus running, it does kind of ask for these athletes to function in different disciplines, but I think in a race it's going to be this breakneck pace.
We got a tongue out.
We did.
We got a tongue out on
we
that
did.
one.
But in a race that's this that's this fast, I think it'd be highly unlikely that we see somebody kind of swapping the tires, if you will. This is going to be. I think people are choosing a tool for the job for the entirety of it, and hopefully they have something that could do well in all of those conditions.
Absolutely.
But that's a good question, though, to ask.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think that my approach would be the exact same. I want to waste as little time on this course as possible. I'm also someone who rarely changes shoes, even in a 100-miler.
Okay.
So I'm going to pick whatever shoe does the best job at everything I'm approaching. And even if it's I will probably take a shoe that will play to my weaknesses more than anything.
Okay.
So that, because if it's a strength, then I know I'm going to be okay there no matter what I'm wearing.
Yeah.
But if I need something with a little more grip, or if I need something with a little more tech to it, then I'm going to put that on, even if I have to run through a bunch of road to get there, because I'd rather have the security of having the best product for the most challenging terrain versus the opposite. I'd rather have something that's going to give me the best chance in my worst conditions than something that's like, oh, well, this really sucks, but I'll be okay.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense, right? Like you're not trying to stack the deck in favor of what's going to get you.
Exactly. If I'm already strong there and I don't need something that's going to make me much more stronger, I need something that's going to help me out of my weaknesses.
Yeah, balance you out.
But that's my way of racing. That's how I like to do it.
Fair.
And there's different strokes for different folks. Everybody gets to choose their own way of doing things. That's kind of the beauty of it all. We got the bucket hats going.
Yeah, I did see a colleague, a Salomon colleague, who's on course today, Jackie Hoffman, out and about. So this is I guess a family affair as it relates to the brand today. We're on the broadcast, we're on the course racing, and we're also in the elite field too.
We're working aid stations. You guys are doing the absolute most. So we do have to give a nice shout out to all of our sponsors out here. First off, Mount Meadows. Thank you so much for giving us access to this beautiful place. They've been so accommodating, giving us everything we possibly needed to make the best broadcast ever. And of course, Salomon. Thank you guys all so much for not only supporting the race, but supporting the community, really, and growing the community within the race. I think, or through racing, I think really speaks volumes of Salomon's commitment to the sport and to the community, not just selling product. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's all business, but I think you guys understand you're more in the business of community building than you are in selling product, and we appreciate that.
I appreciate that, Zach. I know being new to the brand, I learn a lot from the brand itself and the way it moves and speaks and looks and feels just at a race or even at a community event in your backyard or anyone's backyard. But I also learn a lot from the people I get to interact with when I'm here, and that's really what is a main driver for me, just to support runners going forward, right? And what their journey looks like on whether it's an 8K, a 28K, or 50K this weekend, or if it's truly, right, just on the crewing side, right? Yeah. Because I know I said yesterday that trail running is a team sport. That's something that we've tried to communicate through our most recent film that dropped with Courtney on Salomon TV, that it takes a village to make this happen.
That's one of my Justine from Colorado just passed.
Amazing.
I got to give a big shout out to her. That is my partner's one of her good friends. Lived in Denver and recently just vacated and moved to Washington for the summer. And I was like, bro, that's so unfair. Like, you get to go to Washington for the summer. You don't know what the winters are like. Like, you're just enjoying the beautiful summer. Like, don't make any long-term commitments. Come back to Boulder. We miss you. So that was Justine. Go, girl. I'm excited to see you out there. But yes, I apologize. I cut you out.
No, you're good.
Midstream there.
You're good.
Speaking of community, it just gets me so excited to see people I know and people I care about out here on the course. So
definitely.
And we've got some shout outs in the chat as we're seeing some of you guys are getting to see your runners come through. Addie Olson, shout outs for Charlie. I'm going to screw this last name up so bad. Charlie Sakema. We're gonna go with that.
Yeah.
We got Bumby. We got Bumbalo up there. We've got here's one of our chase cams here. Looks like Clark's got eyes on lead male here.
Looks like Nike Trail athlete. Flying guy.
Flying.
Liam.
Oh, there we go. Absolutely amazing. Putting in a clinic. He's got that up high, tight arms, which I absolutely love. That's saving a ton of energy without like a big swing. So that tells you two things. One, this pace is comfortable for him.
Yes.
He's
here for the long haul.
Freakish that's comfortable for him. He's going to make his way right on up to the aid station. He's going to pop up on the aid station here very shortly. We got birds in the air. As we promised, we told you guys are going to get some great footage from here on out. Man, look how tight those trails are. Like, there is no passing whatsoever. And I don't think he has to worry about it because there is no one within passing distance of him.
Yeah, he's pretty clear. Oh, volunteer doing the doing the work we needed to get them up.
No,
on the right
turn.
part.
So here is the umbrella aid station.
This is great. So this will really tell us what to expect here. We see Hat going on, getting ready to go up this.
He's getting that exposed area.
And Clark, passing the timing mat.
Clark doing the Lord's work out there, just chasing.
That is a big challenge, right? I do not envy, but I greatly respect anyone who's on follow cam duty, just to know where your footing is and to stay on the pace of these athletes that are really putting their pedal to the metal. Something that someone I did not see, Max King coming through the aid station right now. Just wanted to interrupt myself. Just a perennial favorite, and honestly, water over the head, veteran move coming this way. A quick stop. We like to see it.
Max knows that he's going into a really big open exposed area, so that preemptive cooling is a really smart idea at this point. We saw it yesterday as well.
We saw kind of two different approaches to it, right? Where we saw the hat go on for Liam, whereas the water over the head for Max. The thing that we're also seeing a little bit different, or actually a similarity. Oh, Alex, we have a favorite here.
There goes Alex King right here, making his way through the aid station.
Bottles and poles are coming in. Now, as you mentioned,
man.
Right? Alex King is returning.
Don't lose your bottle up front.
That's right.
Saw that one.
Alex is returning to this course after winning the 50K last year. So Alex does have a pretty intimate relationship with this race, and maybe this is the veteran tactic of saying, I know I need this to be successful going forward and breaking out the poles.
Exactly. I think that was a move you're going to make after having been here before. You know what you have to do, and that wasn't even an aid station glance.
Zero
that was
stop.
Just I'm good. I'm going.
So don't talk to me.
Yeah, I've got people to catch up from. So that was going to be our podium spot. We have Liam up front. We've got Max King in second, and then we have Alex King in third.
So we see a bottle drop here, and this is where we're going to see it pack up a bit. We have Darren Thomas, who just emerged as well, chasing in the white top and the sunglasses on the brim of his hat, chased very closely by a Bowerman athlete. It looks like this
Darren
group,
Thomas,
this
Bumbalo.
group, they know that they're going to be fighting it out, right? The three of them. And if I had to speculate as well, our athlete who came through right before them is very aware of this too, of who is going to really be in contention for that, let's say, 3rd through 6th spot that we're seeing play out right now.
I'm getting word from up high. We've got Matt Hasenor out there giving us some beta that for those of you who are from the area or around the area, you know that there's been a lot of smoke in the air the last couple of days. So it's been one of those situations where we were a little worried about our drones in the air if we were going to get the views we wanted just because of how much smoke there is. But it sounds like we've got a nice west wind up high that is clearing everything out. So we should get these great views that smoke should clear out, which is great not only for the athletes, but great for you viewers at home too. So.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I love to see, right, as well, this kind of relates back to the temperature, the conditions allowing for that pure race to take place. Obviously, safety is the primary concern. We want to make sure that everyone's supported and safe in their race today. But the fact that they have the ability to race to the best of their ability is great. If I'm correct, I just saw somebody with a Philadelphia runner.
I thought I saw that.
Right? Philadelphia runner singlet on there. So I love seeing folks who are from out of town mixing it up here for sure. But I wanted to just bring some stats in for the folks who are checking the splits here. From our 1st to 7th place, absolute breakneck pace starting things out, right? We have Liam Murrow, who came through this aid station first, clocked in at a pace of 6:26 through this first. This first stretch of time.
That's painful.
All the way down to our top 10 spot, still under 7 flat pace. So just to give you an idea, I mean, our 11th, still under 7 flat pace. These are breakneck speeds. I know we're going to see, obviously, some alteration as we get to Ski Patrol.
Those are going to change a little bit as we make our way up that climb.
Just a little bit. And we'll see those styles, right? Like the different skill sets kind of take control as we go through. But I keep refreshing. 15 people under 7 flat pace.
So, and let's keep in mind, so where you guys got to see the road crossing there was pretty dang close to mile 5-ish. These runners had a little bit of a climb. They dropped down close to 500 feet, almost 1,000 feet from mile 2 to mile 5, and then they had to make that climb back up to this aid station at 7.2. It gets more aggressively steep from this aid station to the next aid station at mile 10, and then it gets even more steep as they make their way on up and down that out and back. So we are absolutely we're going to see those who are really fast flat runners are taking advantage of the first part of this course. I could only imagine that Liam Myro, I mean, I know he's got some leg speed. I know he's got some strong turnover. So I could only imagine that he's playing his card early because that's his strength. Max, on the other hand, is an ascender.
Yes.
He's not shy about being super, super strong on the climbs, and he will open it up as soon as he gets a chance on that.
He didn't seem concerned, right? Coming through with the gap that was there, he seemed calm, cool, and collected. And it's not lost on me that, when you go to Ultra Sign Up, for example, the depth of Max King's page of records,
It's
might
an encyclopedia of all the races in the world.
I have like BlackBerry thumb from scrolling down to the bottom on it, right?
Yes.
It is. He's a generational athlete for sure. But looking at Liam Miro, right? Just keeping an eye on the racing that Liam's done so far. When we talked about the Golden Trail Series, one of those races at Breakneck Point, that was in Beacon, New York, that was one to open up this spring season, and Liam did very well there, came back for this, bite of the apple for the Golden Trail Series, and then is then going on to the Mammoth Trailfest as well. So hitting a few stops on the way, and kind of building those cumulative points as you mentioned.
Right. And I think that, it is interesting when you're racing here in the Golden Trail Series where you are trying to accumulate points. You might, Max King might not be out here trying to win the race as much as he's like, I just need to get myself in position to earn some points because I'm going to play my cards later on in the season, and I'm going to, use this as kind of a warm-up to a stronger back season. And I think that, that's Max King is just an example. I think all of these athletes are really trying to compete in the whole series. Darren Thomas and Liam and those guys, like they're here at Jade Billsburg on the women's side. I think Andy also, like they're racing for gathering points. They're trying to make sure that they, can earn themselves a top spot in the overall. So it might not be about winning the war today, but you want to win the battles
for sure.
You can. I think we just had eyes on Jade Billsburg. Ooh, looks like Jade was passed
by our Trailfest athletes. Number
280. Anyone in the chats who's got eyes on
829
on that? Now, unfortunately, we'll get an update here
very soon,
quickly of to who that is coming through here.
This is a really tight margin, and I think this is going to be the way that we engage with all of this. Now, a fun thing we're seeing as well is the athlete ahead of 829 here, who just crossed over the timing mat, is another member of the trail team. So who knows? Maybe there's a level of comfort here of feeling like you're being led out by a teammate.
You're working with your teammates.
Yeah, it's a
and that's
going
to be third place female. That A6 singlet right there, 837. So we're going to get some names real quick. I can confirm that is Jade Billsburg in second place, who is quite literally steps behind our chase cam right now.
Camilla No is our women's leader, the 829 bib that we're seeing from Bend, Oregon. And we did see a little bit of a shakeup, right, in terms of this top five, let's say, for women.
This is the raddest thing I've ever seen. Legitimately carrying her own cup with her, pulls out a coffee cup to fill it up at the aid station, and then takes off. That is a baller move. I love it. So, yeah, that is going to be Camilla No out there. There's your girl right there.
There it is, Andy Cornish working hard through this aid station. Pack is on, ready to go. Now,
not a stop. She
not
just
a stop.
Flew right through it.
Now, as we're watching the follow cam on Camilla here, I just want to put this in perspective. Camilla came through that aid station at a time of 55:06, 3 seconds back is Jade Billsburg, and then you have a little bit more of a range, let's say, of 19 seconds to that third place.
Jade right there.
There's Jade in the top.
So here's if Jade races like she did at the 28K earlier this season at Broken Arrow, she did not make the final passes until the last couple miles.
Late.
And, she passed Tabor Hemming and, some other amazing mountain athletes. But she's a tactful runner. She's a tactician when it comes to how she chooses to race. And she really makes sure that she doesn't burn all her matches up front to try to win the race there. She will absolutely burn everything she's got at the finish, though. And she's an incredible descender. That's one thing that she mentioned to me after Broken Arrow. She was like, I didn't know I could descend so well. This gave me a ton of confidence. And so it makes me so excited and happy to see that, she's now got that piece of the puzzle. And so it's just a matter of saying, okay, I trust my legs. Matt Seidel said it yesterday, that he knew he was struggling on the climbs and he was getting passed on the climbs, but he said, that's fine. I just need to keep him in eye shot so that I can make the pass on the descents, because I'm confident in my downhill legs.
It makes a ton of sense. I know I see this strategy from Jade being very calculated and very comfortable. We're seeing a little bit of that log jam. Everyone seems comfortable enough, right? But there is no room to pass. So in that regard, I do see a reality where, with Jade being the competitor that Jade is, I do see a reality where if somebody came in, let's say out of the woodwork and tried to make a huge pass, Jade's going with that person. Jade's not hanging out, right?
Yeah.
Jade's just kind of going to hitch the wagon to the next person and just say thank you for the lead out, right?
Yeah, thanks for having fun with me. Time to go. And this could be one of those tactful situations where is she sitting there on her hip making her work harder than she wants to, kind of giving that pressure from behind, because she had a little bit of a gap. She had closed that really quickly and decided to hop on the train here. So is she going to make this person work? Did she decide to give up that lead position so that she doesn't have to feel the pressure of being pushed? She gets to be the pusher.
Yeah.
And for me, I love being in that position of sitting on someone's hip and making them work. Like, I can just shut the brain off and go with whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
And don't have to dictate pace. And B, like, I'm going to make you feel uncomfortable the whole time. I'm going to make you feel like, oh man, I can't shake this person. And, Jade is, as much as she is the most kind, nicest person in the world, I would not want her behind me in a race, because she is, again, a tactful, great runner.
Furious competitor. I know. And, it's just all a level of comfort and preference, right? I know you prefer to sit. Personally, I prefer to run a little bit more scared. Here's a pass going on. Camilla takes the pass in front of the person in front of them.
Ooh, putting another runner between you and your competitor is kind of like throwing, tacks on the ground.
A flare. A wrong turn. Oh my goodness, and Jade goes into the front.
Jade took advantage of it. This is exactly why we do it, everybody. We're out here, we're watching that. Oh, look at that. I mean, that's why that's the stuff you don't get to see when you're just watching Twitter updates, or you're looking for the live feed updates at aid stations, timing mats and stuff. That's a move that she can take advantage of right now, and she can take that split second of Camilla just making a mental error and make her work hard off of that.
That is just that's how the deck shuffles sometimes, right? It's
Absolutely.
Not only who has it, right? And we did hear, right, and in your interview yesterday with our second finisher in the 50K, Maya, was fortunate enough, right, to finish second, but went off course as well. So this is something just to be mindful of for any athlete kind of operating at the, let's say, they're redlining in this race, right? You might not be able to have your head on a swivel and see where all of these trail markers are. So I love the move of, I'm going to put an athlete between us and I'm going to, stretch this off the front. But it's so unfortunate that right after making that move, it was just struck down by that reality.
And that's what it is. That's what the week is, or the race is constantly trying to make moves and take advantage of them. And, I think that Clark's going to go get eyes on our F3. And there she is. That's going to be Caroline Alcorta. Great athlete out of Seattle, Washington, repping that ASICS top there. So she's got the blue top. Jade has that kind of yellowish top. And then we have Camilla up front in the white top. From Bend, Oregon, we're getting some love in the chat from her. Some people just calling her out for being an incredible athlete there out of Bend, Oregon. So, man, what a race. That's such a kick in the pants.
Right, and I think we're going to see some moments, not necessarily where people are going off course. Well, before I get ahead of myself here, I will say something we saw several times yesterday was after that ski patrol descent, people maybe overcooking that turn and taking the service road. That is going to be another moment where I think where you have your head on a swivel, that's going to prevail.
Yeah.
So in this section, right, still very single tracky, still very runnable. We have a good sense of the terrain, the pitch of these climbs, and the pace that we're seeing. That's honestly, this is a super grindy pace for anybody in this top 3, right? You don't have visibility for this 1 and 2. You don't have a competitor in front of you either. So you're just kind of putting your nose to the grindstone, hoping that work pays off, that you start seeing people when you get to that ski patrol, when things widen up a little bit. Exactly.
And I think one of the things that you don't see when you are in the drone is you don't get to see kind of like the pitch that you're running up. And this is kind of for me, this is the crux of the course, is all of this uphill is runnable. Matt Seidel mentioned how, yesterday our men's 50K champion mentioned how he was like able to run almost the entire wizard climb. And, other than like a few steps through the snow and a few like more technical steps, it's all a runnable pitch. So it kind of like kicks you in the pants there where you're like, oh my gosh, like I've got to run this whole thing. And it can be a bit of a grind. And I would, Caroline here we see on the screen, our women's 3rd place, she is going to be kind of grinding alone. She doesn't have that. Right. It doesn't look like there's no one behind her. There's no one in front of her. So she's got no one pulling her and she's got no one really pushing her. I think the paces that we saw out of Jade and Camilla, they're already racing each other.
Correct.
As to where she's just kind of in no man's land and doesn't have much to chase. And because of the way this course is in terms of like it's really wooded, lots of windy turns, you don't exactly get to see your competitors in front of you for very long. You might get to see like a
glimmer.
Yeah, a little glimmer in the trees there. As I stammer over my words, a little something out in the trees, but you don't quite get to see where they're at, and you don't know where they are in relation to you. So it makes it really difficult kind of falling back into this no man's land. So let's go, Caroline. You're getting tons of love in the chat there.
Now, this might actually, Caroline's journey here, right, as F3, is probably similar as we see Caroline striding it out on this flatter section. The journey that she has right now on this solo mission is probably more similar to what we saw in the 50K, right? You're strung out, you're putting in the solo effort, the solo pull, and then once you get to ski patrol and you're looking up at the climb you're about to do, you have better visibility, and maybe that's your opportunity. Hopefully, Caroline goes, great, I love climbing.
This is what I was here for. I just wanted to put myself in position to strike really hard here. Man, what an absolutely great course so far. Let's give a shout out to Clark over here on the follow cam.
A long follow.
Yeah, legitimately doing the most work here and giving us some great footage out there. It looks like we're hitting that really small dip before you get onto the service road and make that like long final climb. We did have some eyes out there on the men's leaders earlier making their climb up to Ski Patrol aid station. So I think once we get there, which should be coming through shortly, we should get eyes on those men up front as our feed gets just a little choppy. I mean, going through some pretty dense wood for sure, and it's just part of the game. Speaking of birds in the air, we've got our drone pilot right now trying to capture, looks like, let's see, it's got to be our lead male making his climb up towards,
somebody's ascending here, right, on the way up to this. Now, this is just going to give you a good view of what this access road on the way up to Ski Patrol looks like. This is right where things widen out, maybe where we'll see some moves being made, especially in these more packed up areas, right, between our, let's say, women's 1 and 2 and our men's our men's field of let's say that third to sixth, it looks like somebody's moving pretty quickly through here.
Oh, so that was must have been a hiker going up there, going out to cheer on, because I think this person is putting down a pace that is more realistic to one of our runners.
This race today. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's that white hat that we think it is, it's likely to be Liam, right? Our men's leader. Still in no man's land, like in his own, in a race of his own. Now, I'm more unfamiliar with this, looking like we're going towards the snowbank, maybe getting a little bit of snow.
Smart man, taking care of yourself. Seems like he's got enough of a lead where he's like, you know what, I need either a little bit of water or I need to cool down, one or the other.
We're going snow in the hat or snow in the bottle. Either way, a tactical decision. Now, I know Jeremy was talking about before that there was a little bit more snow here than usual, and I guess there's a few folks that were taking advantage of that. I know Matt Seidel yesterday was taking advantage of that, doing handfuls of snow in the bottle when he did his snow crossings as well.
Yeah, so that's going to be Liam Myro up front there making that climb. So this is like the one small section of the course that is not single track.
Right. Is
this, and you can see why. I mean, it's you've got to be able to get up this climb, and he's making good work of that climb. It's not I wouldn't say it's a fast pace.
Here we go.
But it's a hard effort.
Right, and we did see, right, luckily having that contrast of the white hat, we are seeing a few looks over the shoulder to see what the gap is, and it still looks pretty significant here. We still are yet to be in the brunt of that climb where it really accelerates in terms of the grade, but I'm sure Liam's keeping an eye on it. Now, I'm not familiar with Liam's,
This is the Ski Patrol aid station right here that he's running into.
Now, I'm not familiar with Liam's, strengths and weaknesses.
He did not stop at that aid station.
He did not.
And he didn't stop at the last aid station.
Yes. Maybe we'll see a stop on the way home, or we might see...
He just might be snow bottling it.
Just living off the fat of the land,
right?
If you will.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Well, with this, maybe Liam's approach here is hit this climb up to the top, clear of everyone, not have to worry about duking it out on this descent if that's less comfortable for him. So making this this clear statement of getting to this climb first is either maybe a function of Liam's superior fitness or just tactics at play here. And Max King right behind him, chugging along. The train is active. We see a look over the shoulder. Just a veteran move here. Looks like Max is keeping that effort.
Max is racing like Max. That is very much so a Max face, a Max King face. It's always a try-hard face. He doesn't ever leave anything on the course.
Doesn't hide it well either.
No, he doesn't. He races with his emotions quite literally on his face, on his shoulder. So he's actually going to hit the aid station. He's going to take a couple seconds here, and we'll see how that plays off for him. I think that Matt Seidel, our men's champion yesterday, mentioned that he getting a little douse, a little water
over the head.
He mentioned that yesterday he kind of paid for it by not getting enough calories and enough water on that first lap, which, again, these guys are only doing one lap, so it's kind of an easier
Darren Thomas
Darren made move at a boy. So we've had some change ups here.
Now, this definitely speaks to the strategy that Darren wanted to go after when he was on the desk yesterday. He talked about how he wanted to put the work in on these climbs to build this gap for himself and allow him to descend the way he wants to until he gets to that more runnable part on the way down. And he looks like he's very aware of where people are around him. We did see just generally him move up in the field, but also for him to close the gap to Max between that second and third overall as well.
Right. So, I mean, we're looking at literally just a couple minutes spread between top three men. I would say they're all equally spaced apart. Liam did not take any time at that aid station. There he is on the screen making his way up the climb. Hiking a little bit of it. Which is fair because those are some big steps to make on this ridge, and I know that that was something that was mentioned. There's Alex King in 4th place.
No stop. Poles are out.
Pulls out. He's ready to go. He's literally in a position where he's like, I am going to have these poles at the ready,
right?
Because I am going to climb up this mountain. And that's one thing about Alex is, again, he is a multiple volcano climb FKT holder here in this area. He lives just across the hall. I believe that's Bumbalo right there.
Right. Getting a bottle from the crew and just staying on it. Now,
this is all gas. These guys are all gas. They're not letting off. They're not taking that. I think the only person to have taken any time was Max.
True.
And I will say that's veteran intelligence right there, knowing that if he takes the time here, then he can make it up in the back half.
Agreed. I do expect, we did talk yesterday about how Max and Darren both were coming off of a Mount Marathon finish recently.
Right.
So these guys are used to breakneck descents and also just like really grindy climbs, right?
Right.
So that was a pretty recent race where I know Max took 2nd after he's held that title for so long. So I know that's, it's in his legs for sure, but I do think it is something that he knows how to do well. And Darren just loves the grind of an event like that. So I'm sure they're excited for this.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to be said about how Darren chooses to race really strongly on the descents. He keeps the race within reach, and then really tries to exploit those descent strengths that he has. Obviously he's no stranger to the short mountain course, so we know he's got downhill legs. Max King,
for sure.
Again, a Mount Marathon champion and someone who just loves that gnarly descent. So this will be to him probably feel a lot more buttery smooth than it will to most.
Oh, I bet. Now, something that's interesting for me to think about in comparison to yesterday, anyone who tuned into yesterday's live stream and today as well, is, right, we are doing one lap of the course that you saw yesterday. So seeing how people attack this climb will likely be different than what we saw, right? From the pace perspective, what's runnable, what's not, and it is tough right now to kind of compare the effort when they're so strung out. So I am waiting, hopefully soon to see, maybe a red singlet or a white T-shirt enter the frame and make this a little bit more exciting from a head-to-head perspective. But we are seeing the striding out a little bit more so as we approach another snow crossing here.
Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier, we've seen some hiking. I think that this course is just a course that gets on your climb just gets gradually more and more steep. I think you're kind of let out the gate with a little climb right out of here, but then you have miles of just fast downhill. And then once you get there, it turns into a grindy uphill, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. Or if you're someone who loves the uphill, better and better and better. If you're Darren, it's probably getting more and more fun, more into your own wheelhouse.
Right.
But I mean, you can see from this angle just the pitch that these runners are going up and just maintaining that chug along pace.
For sure. And it seems like there is a there is a measure to everything that Liam is doing off the front, right? Even the bending down, getting snow again, just like Liam did before, knowing the pace that was runnable across that snow crossing. So this is definitely somebody who knows exactly what they're doing. Occasional look back just to feel out that gap. Something I'm interested in seeing when we see that turnaround and you lock eyes with that competitor who's on the way up.
Right.
And you know exactly. I mean, Darren yesterday shared specifically, he's like, I'm not looking back on climbs. I'm grinding up to the top. But when I get to the top, I take note of what time it is, and I know how long I take to get down to somebody. I look at the watch and go, okay, that's what I have.
Yep.
And that becomes the place for him to, and for any of these athletes to exploit it going forward. So I'm very curious to see how maybe the behavior and the body language changes when we see Liam coming back down.
Yeah, I think that we are at a situation now where, we've got eyes on our men's leader, Liam Myro. We're going to see kind of how far back Max and Darren are, who are, again, obviously teammates, maybe working together. Everybody was within 2 minutes at that aid station. So nobody has a commanding lead.
True.
And as we mentioned yesterday, and I think something to keep in mind is that if you're feeling it on the climbs, and you're going to lose more time on the climbs than you will on descent. All of these athletes, we talk about like Max and Darren and all of these guys being really strong descenders. And I think it's fair to say that every single one of them can run within 30 seconds to a minute of each other on the downhill, right? I think that there are some surges that can happen depending on how you feel, but you're less likely to create a gap on the downhill than you are in the uphill. Or conversely, you're also more likely to eat up a gap on the uphill strength versus the downhill strength. So, Darren, I can see him closing the gap on Max closing on Liam. Liam's not showing any signs of slowing down, and I think everything he can run, he's running really well.
Yeah. Well, I know you said that you told Jeremy you're going to get out in the course just to kind of exploit yourself. Are you doing this section, or are you staying down in the
I don't know. Now that I'm watching it, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to do this section. I will say, broadcasting is where running goals go to die.
Fair.
Your whole life becomes about these races, and it's very rare for me to actually sit here in the commentary booth now and watch these races unfold. So I'm having this like conflicting feeling on the inside of, like I want to go out and do what these guys are doing. I'm getting so much just soul fulfillment out of watching this competition, and this course. But I'm also so exhausted from the week and having put all this together. And all I can think about is where's the next shot? Where's the next shot coming from?
That's fair. That's fair. Well, as we see another, snow crossing, I was talking to a competitor yesterday that talked about later in the day and when the snow crossings got more choppy, that he said that he knew pretty much on his second lap in the 50K, and who knows what the state of it is right now, that he knew when he would step that his foot would go through into a puddle of water. And when I think about that mixed with this volcanic ash, I'm thinking about these shoes getting caked up
absolutely.
with something, right? And that does affect, depending on your lug pattern, your upper, whether you're wearing gaiters or not. Like this, when we talk about tools for the job, I think about how something like that could be a factor based on what somebody has on their feet today. So I'm kind of keeping a close eye on, I guess, when people are making their footing on this descent, if it looks like it's comfortable, if it looks like it's a little sketchy, I think it could be an additional factor, just hearing that thing from yesterday as well.
That is solid beta from the trail, and I was curious to see how these trails would look, especially the snow crossing sections, after having so many runners run it yesterday, 2 laps of it yesterday, and also your competitors in front of you, and behind you, because you just have to go down the descent, are going to chop that snow up quite a bit.
Right.
And that means you're going to get yourself into a position of having just really insecure footing up there. We got a little hiker with their dog out there.
We love it. No, I did see photos yesterday from the top. We did have quite a crew up at the very top to welcome people in some sparkly go-go outfits.
I love it.
I wonder if we'll see the same today, if it'll be a different theme. But I imagine being able to see and hear somebody at the top is so important to kind of like pull you forward.
Absolutely.
Towards that final climb.
I think that's going to be... it's great to have the bells up there. I know Matt Hassanor up there, who is also a race director. He hosts a ski mountaineering event out here in Hood. So, he's no stranger to this mountain, no stranger to these trails. He just does it a different time of year and in totally different conditions. But him and his crew, his wife, and Alex Borsick, a local shredder, has multiple FKTs around here. They're going to be up there. Looks like we got eyes on Jade now. So Jade has gotten herself into that aid station. Looks like the runner behind her had a nice little Superman fall with all that dust up front.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even clock that. Jade takes no stop at the aid station to go. Now, it looks like, right, this is maybe where Jade's going to put the hurt on a little bit and widen that gap for the competitor right behind her. But it seemed like they were coming in a gap that was relatively similar to what they had before. Maybe they switched order. But I think this is where Jade's going to go to work.
Yeah, no, I think Jade has put a little bit of distance between herself
and Camilla.
Camilla, yeah, right behind her. So I think that it's going to be fun to watch where she exploits her strengths. Again, I know that she's such a strong downhill runner. You never know. It only takes one wrong step to roll an ankle or take a tumble, or go off the wrong direction, as we've noticed.
Yeah.
That's all part of the race that is trail running. We're back on our men's leader there at Ski Patrol.
Keeping his foot on the gas, let's be honest, right? When we have these panning shots from right to left here, it does kind of illustrate, again, that pitch of the climb here. And we see just some more athletes here. Camilla doing the power hike on the way up to Ski Patrol. Let's see what this aid station looks like for Camilla, knowing that we have a gap of, let's say, 15 or 20 seconds at this point, maybe more. Now, it looks like our third female's right behind her, so the gap has been closed, and we see some hard steps from our third female coming through to close that gap.
None of them stopped at that aid station. Thing to note right there. I think they are all in competitive mode. They're battling for that top position. I think Jade has made a move. She's put herself in a position to be out front, but we absolutely have Caroline in a really strong chase position on Camilla. So,
right,
and there's fourth place right behind him, again, pulling out her coffee cup from this morning and filling it up and getting some water.
Wow, that is Mariah Bredel from Idaho. Now, the thing to note here, and honestly, the respect that we definitely have to give here to Caroline is, right, we talked about that solo mission of kind of climbing on your own and hoping for the ability to see somebody, and that means that Caroline truly did that solo mission, and it paid off already. So This is where, again, they'll go to work. We see there we go, we're back on course from this. The cup is out. I wonder if the cup stays in hand at all times, or if the cup kind of slides back into.
Well, it's one of those like foamy coffee cups,
and like the ones that we have down in the
like
the one you have right here.
Yes, exactly. It is one of our little coffee cups. So she's out there with just she's raw dog on the course for sure.
She is the equivalent of watching the flight map only. Maybe the text on that cup is kind of driving her to be great. Andy Cornish power hiking up here, F5. Let's see what the aid station looks like with Andy, knowing that Andy has a vest on, and see what is happening here. Looks like we're coming over to the aid station. Now, on the back of that coffee cup, it says obsession is a virtue, so maybe that's really driving our F4 up there, and no stop from Andy Cornish. Just grinding up, probably is relatively aware of that gap to 4.
Absolutely.
If I had to say.
I guarantee if we had audio out on the course, she was probably asking like where everyone else was.
How far back?
She can also probably see them at this point. Like she kind of came out of the woods, so she didn't see him make the turn, so she can't quite see where she's at. But as she gets out here, again, now we're in a much more open. There's the head up on a swivel looking for who's in front of her and where she's got to go.
Right, and where I think when I think of the athletes like Andy and folks who come from that ski racing background, I am looking forward to the descending from Andy for sure. I think that's where we're going to see this break into a realm of racing that we obviously haven't had the opportunity to see yet.
So for those that are watching, that was our men's leader that we just had eyes on for a hot second. Here is women's, I believe this is 6th place now.
Megan Lacey coming through. Let's see, right, pack is on. Andy Cornish did not stop either. I mean, no one stopped, and it is no different for Megan Lacey.
The only person up front in on the podium positions who has stopped that aid station was Max King.
Is our veteran Max King.
Veteran who, if he's going to do something, I'm going to keep an eye on it, because that guy is just a super smart guy.
I'll believe it. Yeah. I also think that at this point in Max's career, while he's definitely racing for himself, I think Max is also demonstrating behavior for all of the youth athletes he mentors. You know, he's almost.
Absolutely.
I see this aid station stop as almost a way to mentor his campers.
Take note, kids. Keep an eye on this.
Exactly.
This is how you're supposed to do it.
Right. So I think that's maybe an element here of doing it like the right way, quote unquote. Now this long craggy climb, we see we're back to our men's leader, just power hiking this steep section. Something that will not leave my mind since Jeremy was sitting in this exact seat was did you say VW size boulders?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I love it. Now I'm assuming we're talking like VW Beetles. More so than VW buses.
Probably not the Eurovan.
Yeah, probably not the
Eurovan. He's talking about the Beetle. I'm talking the old school Beetle too, not even the new ones.
Yeah, you're talking about the 16 horsepower Beetle.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there were 2 cylinders in it, maybe.
There it is.
But yeah, no, you're getting a perspective here. Just how open and technical this terrain is. This is volcanic rock. This is chunky. This is chossy. This is definitely not your buttery smooth trails from below. So again, we're seeing a change up in what the terrain is offering. It's a steeper climb, which means it's going to be a very steep descent to start with, very technical descent. And so whoever's got the legs towards the end when we have our final 5K, I think that's going to be another factor and something that's going to put a little fear in Liam or anyone else who's up front has someone chasing them, is that you've got to keep the gas pedal pressed to the finish. I love this bold move of trying to create as much gap as he possibly can up this climb so that he can just kind of be like, yo, you've got to work way harder than me.
Yeah, and the mental warfare, if you will, in this area, being aware that this is the most visible section of the race. And if you see that competitor ahead of you continuously pulling away, you're at your limit.
You're crushing
You're pursuing
spirits.
them. Yeah, you're saying I'm putting to use a boxing reference, right? Like you're punching somebody like with your best shot and they're just not going down.
Yeah.
Right? And that is supremely challenging mentally. So I do love the idea of this, as long as that is sustainable, right? For Liam to do that off the front, just to, for lack of a better phrase, just bury the people behind him.
Yeah, he's making a statement out here with how aggressive he's running this climb, and you can see it's no easy climb, and he's making it look like it's almost a full stride on his way up. So I definitely am excited to see what that gap between him and Max is. Getting that perspective as we see beautiful Mount Hood just beyond there. That little that trail he's going up now, right at the tip of the snow, the glaciated parts of Hood, that's where the turnaround is. So that kind of where it comes up to a triangle, that's where he's making his way. That's going to be the turnaround.
And not to get ahead of ourselves, but thinking about the descent here, I know there's going to be some parts or some places where we have some packs that are all in each other's heels, especially on this descent. I'm wondering what kind of factor, like the dust that's getting kicked up, will be in that area.
Absolutely. Right? I think on the way down, they're going to have to deal with it a lot more.
Right.
And that's going to be an interesting factor to keep in mind of. That's a really good observation.
Yeah, because I know that's going to affect, breathing. It's going to affect visibility. It's also going to, to be honest, I could be the most competitive person in the field, potentially, but I might not want to sit on somebody's hip because there's so much dust around each person, and I might have to keep my distance safely, so that way once we get off of that descent, we get to ski patrol, that I know now, okay, I can run this. So I'm curious to see, spacing is going to be a factor, and these large shots from up above are going to really illustrate that for us, and how close they're going to be together.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Final strides making his way up the top of this climb. Again, that is men's leader Liam Myro out of Portland, Oregon, an absolute boss shredder out here. He's being chased by Max King.
There's a person
Thomas. Yep. that is going to be our cam up top.
Okay, gotcha. It's most of the way up. It looks like Liam is there, but we do have a figure moving behind them. It could be, if it's a white shirt, it could be Darren who made that move.
Darren could have made a move up there. It does appear to be
and
a little
lower.
bit
it looks like Max has entered the screen in a darker singlet on the right side.
We're going to get some eyes on them here in the next couple minutes.
Right, as you can see that trail flag right in front of us, kind of signaling we're going to see these folks soon. But we should see that men's second competitor kind of appearing from behind that VW
Liam
size
making that
boulder.
look back at seeing where Darren and Max are respectively. I believe you are correct. I think from what I can see, I hate making statements without knowing for sure, but from what I can see, it appears that Darren has made the move in front of Max.
It does, which does correlate with that race plan, and I love that we're getting a follow right now. Of Liam, you can get a feel for that footing, right? Look how dusty it is on top of these rocks, and I'll return to what that descent is going to look and feel like, because the visibility and where you're stepping is going to be paramount here, but also the visibility in the air around the athletes is going to be a factor too.
Looks like he's rocking the Zagamas with that Nike kit. There is the very top right there. It is very close to the top. Man, look at just the views.
This is gorgeous. Oh my goodness.
I love that bird's eye view that you get of the drone, and it's so epic. But then you get here and you're like, oh, this is what it looks like up there.
Right.
This is what these people are seeing.
It's something that we talked about a lot yesterday, and we haven't mentioned yet, right? Yesterday we had a lot of time to talk about kind of the majesty of where we're at. In the country and on this climb. But I would say that, these, just like you said, these follow cams illustrate the beauty of what we're doing here. And we are talking about the performance and the pinnacle of the field, but we should really talk about how you can fall in love with this place through the activity, what you're doing. Who's to say that Liam is, sucking wind for sure, but maybe he's falling in love with this climb in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's that situation of like embracing the suck, right? I think that this is a grind, but I mean, clearly he loves doing this for a reason. He loves being out here. He's a competitor. He's looking for one of several things. He's either looking to absolutely crush it, or he's looking for competition, or he just loves getting into that pain cave and redecorating a little. Yeah,
I love that phrase. Something that was like not lost on me here is how sandy this looks in a way, right?
See, these are the fine details that you get to see now, where it's like, oh wow, it's a lot more like moon dust up there than I anticipated. So here he comes. He's going to get that bib punched by the one and only Matt Hassanor up there.
I'm looking forward to seeing,
wasting no time. There's our follow cam.
Darren has entered the screen here with the white tee, if we're correct, and then also we're able to see a speck of Max King behind him. So we see this white T-shirt
kicking up dust on those turns,
not far behind, right?
Yeah, that is Darren Thomas. Darren has eaten up a ton of distance.
That's very impressive. Wow. And, this is exactly how Darren wanted to play it. So
he's running his race.
He is.
He's running. He didn't get sucked out up front. He ran his race. It's my hope that we see him sitting there with a little gas in the tank to be able to make this descent. We know he can descend. We know it's one of his strengths. Can he descend fast enough to make up this minute and a half ish?
Right. And not gonna lie, like this definitely speaks to Darren's strengths in a way that he was like, I don't want to think about splits. I just want to think about being competitive. And this has to build confidence to know that you were able to build that you were able to actually like grind on the way up, make up ground, and give it a good effort. And Max King, just the train is chugging.
Yes, absolutely. I saw him in the parking lot. I didn't want to give away any secrets, but I saw him in the parking lot last night, and we chatted for a second. I'm like, how you feeling? He's like, okay. This is not peak Max King. He knows he's had like a lot of travel, his camps, he's exhausted, but to still be in a grind.
Always.
And I have to say, with these young guns,
Yeah.
He is a veteran of the sport for a reason. And that was a fast turn. And now I actually think, in my opinion, he was the quickest turnaround in terms of that speed leaving.
Agreed.
His background.
Wow.
He's gonna haul
he
on
really
this
is.
descent.
He really is.
Darren's got some fear. Is gonna have some fear put in him.
Speaking of clinics that Max King is about to put on.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Welcome to the sport, young guns. Let me show you how this is done.
It seems like he's already on him. Oh, this is our fourth competitor coming up.
This is Alex King making his way up to the turnaround. A really great friend of Matt right there, who's shaking the cowbells in the little hoodie.
Right, and we get to see these poles in play, which is great to see. So this is a different approach, and I love that we get to see a few different ways that people can be successful in this climb. And let's be honest too, right? Like, this is a pretty quick ascent from Alex King. There wasn't a big gap between him and Max, and I think he's maintaining it well. I would love to see how these poles help him on the descent. If he chooses to use them, I think he's just going to put him in the quiver pretty quickly and not try to
quiver.
Use
he's
them.
Just holding those things.
Oh, he's just holding them. He's raw dogging the poles.
So I will say, like, Alex King, one of my favorite descenders to watch, just because he runs fearless down this stuff.
Risky boy.
He will take the risks. He has very little fear when it comes to running over this very technical, moon dusty terrain. He's extremely familiar with it. He lives just across the gorge, and is on very similar volcanic terrains. And so, I mean, if I'm Liam, I've got FKT holder Alex King on my back.
Right.
Former 50K champion on this course. Or previous, not former, but a previous 50K champion on this course. I've got Max King, who is a Mount Marathon champion. And I've got Darren Thomas, who also has proven himself on this type of terrain. I'm running scared.
Yeah. I agree, and not to make this about bringing this back to equipment here, because obviously the athletes make the race, but when I see the sandy descent with what it is, I wonder who has the right tools for the job to move as quickly. We see our follow cam descending with the amount of dust kicking up and trudging through this sand and kind of swimming the way upstream. So if that's any indicator of what is going to be the opposite, right, and descending quickly, I don't envy these athletes in what they have to accomplish as quickly as they do. So we see some more competitors making their getting their hole punched here, making their way down.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of a shakeup in the top 10.
Yeah,
I think that again, we're playing to strengths here. So the beautiful part of this course is that you have this mix up in the middle of it in terms of terrain and strengths, apparent strengths. But then you're going to go back to that buttery smooth finish after they make their way past Ski Patrol on the way back down. It's going to continue to get better and better and better, and they're going to move into some really fast descending. So we got eyes on our women's race, I believe, here.
Tough to tell who it is because it looks like it's an athlete in a crop top, so that rules out Jade because the color is not the right one.
Not that orange.
It's not Camila because it looks like it's shorter.
So I think we might have just some eyes on some of the men's field there.
Right.
But again, noticing the terrain we were just in, as we see this, there's Bumbalo right there. Nike, absolute beast of a shredder. Probably one of the fastest turnover speeds. In terms of a marathon pace on the course today. I mean,
if you want to see a counterpart who has that range, right? The people that come to mind are Megan Lacey and Max King, right? The folks who have the range in track, in road, and on trail, and have made this sport their own through their own experience. I love to see the folks who do it. You don't have to do it for us, but it's good to know that they have
Please
it.
do it for us. Yeah. I would love to see. So here's a descender. This is men's second place, Darren Thomas.
Darren Thomas is ripping pretty well. I'm seeing a lot of red red Pulsar, S-Led Pulsar 3s on the course today of people moving quickly with that one.
Let's see if we can't get just perspective on exactly where we are in terms of that's Darren Thomas, who was in second place. Doesn't look like anyone is super close behind him. He's
right.
also not right on anybody at this point. But he is moving so incredibly well. He's
very
making
quickly.
it look very smooth as you can make a aggressive descent like this look.
Right, I'm looking for a speck of Max King, I
Max
see,
King
right
there at the bottom of your screen. Just got out of frame. So that's where our men still, Darren Thomas, Max King, Liam Myro out front. Let's see if we can't go get eyes on those ladies and see where they are.
Yeah, it's great to see.
And there's Alex. No, that's not Alex. Alex is wearing gray shorts. So he must have been in the trees somewhere, but we were seeing some fast dissension up off of this turnaround. So
as you said yesterday, right, speculating about today, we just see a lot of bodies scurrying up and down this climb, and it makes it such a beautiful thing to watch, because it does feel chaotic in such a controlled way on the course. But seeing these passes on these switchbacks of people descending at pace and somebody who's power hiking or jogging up, it's exacerbating the drama that we saw yesterday on course for sure. One from the proximity standpoint of people, but and like the density, but the speed in which they're moving by each other is also just filled with drama.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's going to be incredible to see what unfolds from here. If yesterday was any indicator, it is not final until you get to this finish line.
Ain't over till it's over, right? I was talking to some athletes this morning and was talking about like the beauty of the fights that went on yesterday for that men's 1 and 2 and the women's 3, 4, 5 spots, and how it showed that one move doesn't make a race. Obviously, in a race shorter like this, it's half the distance of what we had yesterday. It does kind of dictate those outcomes a little bit more so. You have fewer chances to make your move, but it does kind of show the value of perseverance, and they told that story yesterday, for sure.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see how the women's race is shaping up towards the top here, when we can get some eyes on Jade and Camilla, and like just see where that race is shaking out, because it continues to vacillate throughout these miles.
Don't forget our F3 too, because we saw a huge gap closed by F3 coming up on Camilla, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe a switch in the order coming into the top here, just depending on where the skill level lies. I know they all move through quickly, but it seemed like we saw a little bit of, I mean, justifiably so, a tough mental point for Camilla to make that wrong turn and to get past, right? It seemed to have those lasting effects in a way to allow F3 to really run her down. And I know that Camilla has the ability to respond here and to build that gap back up and be the competitor she is, but that is something to solve for. And it looks like we have another Darren Thomas clip potentially, right? If we see a white shirt coming down.
Fast descent is what it is.
Wow.
Yeah, that's definitely got to be. It's definitely not Darren, because it's too high up the mountain to be in second place.
Right. That's very true. To that point that you're making, it's seeing, right, we see a battle kind of forming between two athletes that are jumping on each other's tails, and we need to see.
Is that Jade Bellsberg right there?
In the yellow, I would take that bet for sure.
It's timing-wise, it about makes sense.
And a move was made.
Such a strong
A move was made.
I mean, she had a phenomenal 2 races at the VK and the 28K at Broken Arrow this year, which, again, stout competition.
Very true.
Very similar aggressive course. And she made all of her moves in the back half of the course.
Yeah.
Got into the podium, got into title contention, and then took the race in the final couple miles of the race. So, if history repeats itself, this girl is just going to open up a gap towards the end.
Right.
Yeah, love to see it. It'll be exciting to get some eyes on her towards the top.
Yeah, and Jade's hitting that copy-paste button for Mammoth as well, because when Jade goes to Mammoth next...
That is Jade.
That's
that
definitely
100%
Jade.
is Jade.
Jade's hitting the copy-paste, going to Mammoth, doing the Dragon's Back Ascent on day one, and then doing the Golden Trail Series race after, just like Broken Arrow. So Jade knows exactly what she wants to do right now.
Yeah, I think she's really kind of honed in. For a while there, she was playing in the 100K distance. She was playing in the the longer ultras, and I think that in conversations with her after Broken Arrow, she was very, very confident in saying that she loves these short distance races, and she got her confidence back having performed so well that she feels like she can still compete here, and she is proving that today by giving us an absolute clinic in terms of ability there. So there's our trail team climber making his way up. We've got some Nike athletes on their way down. This is going to be our follow cam, who's kind of sitting in that midway point.
And we're back to... We see our leaders that just went back through.
M1 through the aid station.
And Darren Thomas right behind. Oh my goodness! Now this is going to be a pit crew aid station, right? He's not
like,
even stopping. He said, "Walk with me." He said, "Walk with me."
Yes.
Oh my goodness!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a race. We have a race to the finish.
Oh
my gosh! If we see what happened,
another shootout
yesterday on this course again in the same spot, I am going to die.
I want to pay our follow cams so much. I mean, I want to put them in a hyperbaric chamber because I need them to be able to run 458 pace on the way down.
Exactly. We are hiring elite athletes to follow cam. Please contact me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, we see a quick descent here from an athlete coming down. A little unclear of who it is at the moment. I take the bet that it's probably Darren Thomas, given the fact that it's a white shirt. But we shouldn't. There it is. We see our men's first competitor in the white hat making this curl down.
This is breakneck speed.
This is tight.
Okay, let's get a measurement on time.
Yeah,
I think we have.
We do see a really healthy descent right now from Liam. Seems like he's very aware of where Darren is, and it looks like the strides are happening. We're cutting some corners where we're going.
He knows he
out.
has to work to keep Darren off his back.
We're seeing how hot this pace is because the way Liam's taking these switchbacks, they're coming out
there
wide. Right?
There's Jade Billsberg, our women's leader, up to the top, making those final strides.
In a race of her own and smiling.
That's what I love about her. She's just absolutely always smiling and just like loving what she does. She's working. She's doing some work out there. She's pushing herself as hard as she can, but she's loving it. And there she is towards the top. So we have an incredible race happening up front in the men's race between Liam Myro and Darren Thomas. There's about 30 seconds that separate them. And according to my information, they're just left mile 13.2 and they're going to 17.3. They have about 4 miles
to duke it out. Now,
30 seconds is not a comfortable lead with 4 miles to go.
Not at all. Especially when we're still descending, and we saw what happened on this first descent. Now, just to Jade's credit here, Jade is making all of this look way too easy, right? This
Absolutely.
is all measured at every point. When we were following Jade before, right, it was a really tight gait and stride on the climb that just helped build this lead. The last descent was measured. This descent is measured as well. The mark of a truly great athlete is making it look easy, and we can see how Jade's really just striding through this, comfortable enough, but dangerous.
Yeah, no, she's gonna do very, very well on this descent. I think she is kind of like, after making that grind up, it kind of takes a second for the hips to open back up and to get from being in front of you to get to being behind you. And so it's probably going to take her a hot second to get that stride going. At least it always does for me when I make those turns. But undoubtedly, she is going to really make quick work of this descent. And where I think she's going to be the strongest on the descent is when she gets it to this section here where we have eyes on our men's leader. I think this is where she is going to make her moves.
Oh,
and
for
where
sure.
she's going to be her strongest. She has an incredibly fast turnover speed, and when you get to a point of being able to just run smoothly.
This is previously our F4 competitor, right? Bringing her own cup to the top. Now, if this was she's smiling, she's looking at the camera. If this is F2 on the way up, this is a massive shuffle.
That would have been a massive shuffle. So we'll keep an eye, see what we get from her, what we get from our cameras on the way down. But if she was able to move into second place, and it does not look very far away from that descent, and I'm not seeing any competitors between her and that hole punch.
Very true. I feel compelled to look up a little bit more about who we're following right now.
I want to know. She's got the running skirt on. I couldn't tell what top that was. Is it Megan Lacey out of Boise, Idaho? Sorry, not Megan.
Right.
Lacey.
This is Mariah.
Mariah Brettel. I have to update my thing. I'm looking at some old information. I was like, wait a second.
Now we're seeing somebody, Mariah is definitely on the younger side that we're seeing on the screen right now. She's 26 years old, three races under her belt here, and some great performances. And this is great to see how we find an athlete who's right on that newer side to the Golden Trail Series, but knowing that Mariah also has Mammoth Trailfest 26K on the calendar as well, conceivably another chance to duke it out with Jade Belsberg that we see attending these races too, and a lot of these athletes from Salomon, right? So super excited to see Mariah if making that move. If this is F2, right, that is a massive shuffle. Confirmed that Mariah is our F2, and smiling as we come up and on the way down again with the cup itself. This cup is going to be framed and put in a shadow box or something like this, because if this is the key to it, this is F3. So there was a shuffle, and we saw Camilla fight back, as we spoke about before, right? Having that fighter spirit and leading into that competitive nature. Camilla did make a big move to get back into an F3 position and grow that lead over Caroline. Now we have this bib punched. We're on our way down. And I'm curious to see when we're going to see F4 come through in the ASICS singlet, right? I'm keeping in mind the time difference that we see, because they were right on each other before, and it looks like the gap between Camilla and our now F4 is significant enough. We see her coming up right now. So not too significant, but significant enough. Let's see if this descending from all of these athletes, let's see who really has that skill set with them. Now, we saw an amazing effort from Mariah to go from F4 to F2 with some amazing ascending skills. Let's see if she has the descending to match. But now we have F4 in front of us now, our new F4, Caroline, after a little bit of a gap that was created by Camilla. Right, Zach?
Wow. Just absolutely insane to watch this women's race unfold. So much position changing. I think the difference between what we're seeing in the women's race versus the men's race is the men's a little bit of position changing, but very close. I think we're seeing a lot more gaps opening up here in the in the women's field, and just a shuffling.
Yes.
Like the deck of cards has been shuffled.
For sure. And it will
we are
continue.
going to see what hand we're going to get dealt here at the finish line.
And I would bet that it will continue. Not to doubt anyone's skill set, but definitely to speculate, right? Everyone has their superpower. I know we talked about it yesterday. Some people it's nutrition and hydration oriented, but from an ascending and descending skill set, we're going to really see how this plays out right now on this part of the course. Is going to really dictate, right? Because this is going to be the most technical descent we have yet, and the statement that all these athletes have to make before they get to that runnable section and they can just scream to the finish.
Exactly. I mean, I think all of these athletes are very capable of running that last 5K section very similar in pace. We're talking a difference of like 10 to 20, maybe 30 seconds per minute mile on that lower section. But here you can run almost a minute per mile faster in this 5K descent. And there's Andy Cornish
on the way up, F5. So holding place here. If the places are holding as well, we'll keep an eye on when we see Megan Lacey enter the screen. But Andy Cornish hitting the power hike here, coming off a great finish, 7th at Cirque Series Snowbird. And I definitely have some, like we said before, I have a lot of anticipation for her descent of this thing as well.
Yeah, no, this is shaping up to be a really, really fun race. So just as a reference, our men's race up front right now, which we're putting birds in the sky to kind of catch this finish. I would anticipate they'll probably be at the finish here in the next 15,
oh my goodness,
maybe 20 minutes. So yeah, we're probably going to see like a 10-15-ish finish from the men's field. Leah Myro, we've got Darren Thomas, and then Max King is what we saw being chased down by Alex King. Just a really fun race up there in the men's. It's shaping up to be extremely fast paces. And then for the women's race, we are looking at our women's leader, Jade Belsberg, Topo Athletic athlete, teammate of mine. She is an absolute crusher. Love to see it. And then she's being chased by...
Jade Belsberg being chased by Mariah, who made that big move from F4 to F2 on this ascent. Now, the cool thing that I'm seeing here, I know every race is different, but Mariah did a recent 6.1 mile hill climb race in Wyoming and did well, but I think this effort has vastly outpaced the effort, the recent race she had. So this has to build a lot of confidence to know that she can take down some big people on that ascent after already having the legs being taxed. And this is the another clinic of descent that we're going to see here. I think this is going to look pretty calculated in the way that Jade did. Maybe a different pace here. And Megan Lacey coming up in the white visor, our F6, I believe, working the way up with the gaiters on, right? So maybe the shoes will stay a little bit cleaner, a little bit lighter in this volcanic ash.
Nothing's worse than getting rocks in your shoes and making this descent, and especially when you're going in such a competitive race and you're going so fast. You're like, I don't have time to mess around with this. Like, I'm not going to change it. So I'm just going to go through the pain of it.
Now, on the screen in front of us, we have F3, Camilla from the trail team, descending here. We saw her put a fair amount of distance on F4, which is great to see her rally back after maybe a little bit of that misstep on the way up and having to kind of reconcile what kind of race she was going to have today. So this is good to see. There's no visibility right now in terms of where F1 is sitting and F2 for that matter. No visibility on F4, so it could be in a little bit of a working for the sake of working, and then seeing when you come to the aid station, doing what Andy Cornish did, saying how far back am I, and then trying to push from there.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see a really fun finish between all of these races. We are at a position where, we've got some wooded areas. They're going to get into that. We're trying to get some eyes on them currently. So I'll be really excited to see what shakes out. Jade is putting on a pretty commanding gap at this point.
For sure.
And so I feel like if she just holds her own race, I don't see that gap getting eaten up, or let alone getting passed. But I feel very strongly that the men's race is still in high contention for the lead. I think Darren is chasing down Liam in an incredible fashion.
Right.
This is Darren's bread and butter is downhill fast. Liam is also incredibly fast. So as we're getting out of the more technical stuff, it's going to turn into a who's willing to hurt the worst.
It's true. I think that on the women's side, that 2nd through 5th is really going to be the race to watch out for, because not to go too far, or speculate too much, but it does seem like you said, Jade's really kind of creating the race of her own and really building an impactful effort over this time. But 2nd to 5th is where we're going to see the deck of cards really shuffle. Yeah, people might get closer to Jade potentially, but I don't think we're really at risk here for seeing somebody get too close to Jade at this moment. She's just too dialed.
Yeah, and so here we go. We're keeping eyes on the aid station. Let's see who's ripping through here. Get some eyes on F1. Should be ripping through here shortly. And this is such a precarious step into the aid station where you're like, man, I'm feeling like I am ripping down around this corner, and then you have this precarious, like, off the rocks onto the snow, which just making that little extra jump into the snow always gives me a little bit of trepidation, just because, like, you don't know how your feet are going to react underneath of that.
So
like,
true.
You could slide out completely. You could be just fine.
Yeah.
You could break through. I mean, you never know, so I just hate jumping onto sloshy snow.
Yeah, I know we just saw Philly Track Club coming through. Love to see an East Coast group in the house working hard. But, yeah, to your point, right, you take that jump onto it. You don't know what's under it. At this point, right, we talked about how these snow crossings are pretty chewed up. To speculate about what's under there is, I would be on the cautious side for sure. I see a lot of cheering right now, which gives me some anticipation for who we're going to see next. It looks like we have our Bowerman athlete coming down.
Yeah, that's one of our local Bowerman boys giving some shred.
A confident approach on that snow crossing.
Yeah.
Let's see what this aid station looks like, right? Now, I imagine looks like we're undoing the bottle. We'll get some visibility on a quick aid station, hopefully, for the sake of this person. They're taking the veterans play. Make sure it's filled up to the brim. We love to see it, and they're off. Now, once we pan back over to the entrance here of this aid station, we'll probably see some things shake up a little bit more. Jade Belsberg shouldn't be too far behind this that we see, so we'll keep a close eye on who is coming down this way. Now, keeping an eye on the people also ascending, right? That's going to be a little telling on how that snowpack is doing in this crossing every time somebody goes across it. So it's still a good data point to keep an eye on the folks going up as well. As we pan over, we see our competitors from our second and third waves coming through. The lovely Wy'east Trailfest hat on one of our competitors. Now, unlike wearing the concert shirt to the concert,
right?
This is a hat I want to wear at the race.
Absolutely. I feel like I'm getting to that point now where, like, I want to start wearing the technical shirts in the race.
Hell
I just absolutely love that. I would say the Matt Daniels did that at Big Alta this year. As he stepped away from his sponsorships, he was like, I'm just going to rep the race shirt.
I love that.
And it was absolutely amazing to see, especially because it's a giant, bright pink race shirt. So,
and a giant guy.
Yeah,
he's not small.
And a big billboard, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are sitting here at the Ski Patrol aid station catching these runners coming in. And then they're going to make their descent down to the finish. We're kind of keeping eyes on these athletes, waiting for F1, 2, and 3 to come through. We anticipate that it will be Jade Belsberg, Caroline, and Camilla, was it?
Right, and then but Mariah making that move in a second. So
Mariah did make the move in a second.
If
yes.
Mariah has those descending chops that are equal to her ability to ascend as aggressively as she did, we hope that she holds place and stays in second there. But there could be a shuffle of the deck for sure.
No, absolutely. Like anything can happen on this. It only takes one wrong turn, one stumble, one rolled ankle, and positions can change very quickly. As we saw what happened earlier today with a, wrong turn and then a pass immediately. And it seemingly has put a dent in the shape of the race.
Yeah.
So let's keep eyes on, these runners coming off of this descent are just hauling around this corner. I think we're getting into a lot more comfortable terrain to run on. You can see it's not super aggressive other than this little rock hop into the snow.
Wow. That's a lot of confidence to come off of that in that way. That's great. I'm taking stock of what we're seeing each aid station interaction look like. So it sounds like we're going to be expecting our 3 women in quick succession here. So
yeah, I think they're going to be coming
exciting.
in pretty quickly. We should also be, I anticipate we're going to have our men's finishers coming through here and getting drones up in the air now so that we can find them and follow them. Make sure we capture this finish. We want to make sure that we are spreading the love equally and making sure that we are following the women's race and the men's race. So we are definitely doing everything we can to ensure that we're not losing sight of one for the other. So we want to get the women in here, and then we can move on to the men's race. Got some waves, some love there.
Why not while you're standing there getting your bottles refilled, right? And this seems like this is Jade Belsberg on the descent here, looking comfortable, right? With a lot of agility, a lot of comfort, going a little high on the rocks there before coming down into to this. Let's look at what this aid station looks like. I see a bottle being unscrewed here. Jade,
she's going to get herself a drink.
Right, and Jade has not stopped at an aid station yet, so this would be the first time that Jade does do this, right? So I expect for most of the athletes who have skipped over the previous 2 will likely indulge, if you will,
yes,
on this third stop potentially.
It's gonna be one of a couple things. Here's Clark here on the chase cam, following our women's leader Jade Belsberg out of ski patrol. We're keeping an eye on things here at the finish line, waiting for the men to come through. But right here, this is where Jade really honestly has excelled as an athlete recently on her technical descension skills. I don't know if it's the Topo Athletic shoes. I'm gonna give a shout out to that. I think that it is,
as you should.
But yeah, the car is only as good as the driver, and she absolutely is putting on an F1 style race today. Like making moves when it was time to make moves, holding those moves, and then trying to create gaps where she can. Just racing really intelligently and now aggressively.
To stay with that reference of F1, this is really like a Max Verstappen race for her, right? That 2 and 3 are not close enough to maybe bring out this head-to-head competition, but this challenge is Jade is competing against Jade right now.
Absolutely, and one thing I love about Jade is she will demand the best out of herself. I don't think she knows what an easy effort is. And it looks like we got our eyes on
our men's leader, potentially.
That's Liam Myro. That's still the hat, white hat. We're being told that that's him out front. I don't want to say that he's got a comfortable lead, but he doesn't have anyone on his butt right now. So that's got to feel a little stress relieving for him.
For sure.
Where, he's not feeling like, oh man, if I don't keep a top end effort all the way to this finish line, like it can be
I lost
race.
It. Yeah. Completely agree.
So amazing effort by, our drone team catching the race. We've got M1, we've got F1. We are just prime racing right here. Clark doing
Wow.
Shout out to Clark Morgan, our guy on the ground, who is just, for the first time ever, handling these cameras and doing this, and he is shredding it, doing such a great job. He's putting his miles in today.
Yeah, and taking these really tight switchback corners, right? Seeing Jade come down at pace and having to really slam on the brakes to get it going again, it does take a lot out of you, I'm sure, right? As we see Liam in his descent, that's a little bit more gradual from left to right and not switchbacky.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we are seeing him come into the finish line here. Yes, this
Wow.
is Liam Myro with about 400 meters to go.
Distance.
Absolutely making quick work of this course. I told you it would be a 2:15 finish time.
You did.
He's got me beat by a few minutes here. What a race. Liam Myro leading the race from the gun, essentially. When we first saw him crossing the road, he was the first man out, and he has not let go of that lead. It was challenged.
Yes.
Darren did make some moves on him. Max was on his heels, but he fought off every single one of these other amazing athletes to deliver us with such an incredible performance today.
He knows it too.
That's
the mark of somebody.
He's got the win, and he knows it.
He knows it, and masterful for him to have that, that lead threatened, and for him to stay calm, lean on the gas as needed, and to truly take this. He gave the old logo across the chest as he passed the camera here.
Check it out.
And he's home free. Now, looking comfortable just as he did when he was going through Umbrella, which is terrifying to watch.
Yeah, I am very concerned about this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Golden Trail National Series men's champion, Liam Myro, having just crossed the finish line there here at the Wy'east Trailfest 28K. Darren Thomas right behind him, chasing. Wasn't able to close that gap, but wow, what an incredible second place performance.
Massive effort. Now, Darren is kind of an all-around fighter in a sense, right? Has the ascent, has the descent, and I think kind of definitely cooked his goose on the descent to make it close by the time they got to ski patrol, which is honestly just what a brave way to do it, especially on that terrain. And we're looking at a pretty tight finish here between the two of them, all things considered, given the fact that he was back. And we love to see the camaraderie of Liam kind of cheering him home and welcoming him back in. And one for the crowd, throws it up in the air. We love...
The dude knows how to hype up the crowd.
We love the way he does it.
I love it. Now they're going to go right into telling war stories about
exactly.
You son of a gun, you made me work so hard.
and Jade Bellsberg is coming down. So we have, it looks like this is either 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 that are right into the aid station, kind of fighting for that attention.
Ooh, who's gonna leave first?
The baby birds open in the nest, waiting for a worm to be dropped into their mouths.
Right.
Just trying to get through this aid station quickly, but somebody is gonna leave this aid station first, really right after each other. We see
literally exited, like I would say that is essentially the same time. So we have what I would assume is a 3rd and 4th place. Here comes Max King, our men's 3rd place.
Just a fighter working his way through here. Ran his race the entire time. Seemed, it was competitive the entire time, but never let his race plan be faltered or altered by somebody else, which is just great to see somebody with that veteran capacity, like you said, mixing it up with some young guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it is. I'm always still shocked to see that Max has really not lost a step in his game over
Correct.
the last handful of years. He's still crushing podiums in all sorts of races, all sorts of distances. I remember it wasn't too long ago that he was competing in the Leadville 100 and Western States 100, and he runs gutsy every single time.
Right. I mean, he ran gutsy when he was a steeplechaser too, right? Like, and in the marathon, right? So just every format of racing for Max, the spirit is the same, and that's what I think we love about him so much, whether it's a VK or something like this in the trail scene, especially on the shorter stuff, but we love to see it. Somebody's descending very quickly. It looks like we have two competitors kind of on the screen, right? We have somebody up on the, let's say, the top third and somebody approaching the center. Unsure of who that may be, if it's our F2 and F3, but all we know is F1 is pretty free and clear here.
Making that hard turn. Yeah, I mean, and now you can see the difference in, we've referenced earlier how this is just like going up to Mordor and back to the Shire, because look how buttery smooth that single track is. There's men's 4th place. Alex King on your screen right here, having a pretty phenomenal race. I know he's come back from injury and has worked his way back into fitness and into health, and had kind of some disappointing races for him over the last year. And so I'm sure that this is absolutely a rewarding, emotionally and physically rewarding race where he is competing with the world's best in, a pretty aggressive but fun for him course. And, a 4th place is, just shy of that top 3 podium, but I mean, gosh, here he is with that smile.
It's a huge finish. I mean, he raced in a way that he knew he could today, right? He broke out the poles when he knew it would work. He dropped it when it made sense as well. So great race from Alex King, returning to this course after being the 50K champion last year. And Jade Belsberg still really setting the tone of what we see the women's race looking like. I know this, right, as we said, that deck is going to shuffle from 2 to 5. Or 2 to 6 even, right? There's a lot of potential for us to be surprised here coming out of the trees, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You said it absolutely right. That's something that I am kind of looking at in terms of, like, where is the women's podium? Like, what's going to shake up there? Because we know Jade has a pretty commanding lead right now. She's doing very, very well out front. But what's going to happen 2 through 5? The deck is being shuffled consistently, and we're just waiting to see what hand gets dealt here at the finish line. Looks like we got our men's 5th place making his way down the meadow here.
And as we see somebody, finishing like this is when we see Max come in and we see Alex come in our 5th place, seeing these athletes come in at pace by themselves. We did see some looks over the shoulder just to make sure you're not going to get out-kicked in this last bit. But this is still, right, this is keeping it honest, right, quote unquote, because this is not an easy descent, not an easy trip through the meadows here. Very runnable, but it also is kind of exposing in a way. You can't hide the hike, if you will.
Yep. Yeah, no, this is an all gas, no brakes kind of situation. They're making their way down. You can see the ski lift right there, making their way down. I
don't know exactly
who
this was.
Who that one is, but solid effort making their way into 5th place here. We should be able to get an update as soon. Yeah, he was sitting back. This dude's made some moves, because I want to say
he was 1 or 2 places behind at the peak, if you will. Just a great effort. Clearly, like, the descending paid off for this athlete, and running it controlled and within the game plan here, coming into this home stretch with our flag stretching out.
He's rounding off our top 5 here. We're going to get a number, excuse me, and kind of a detail of who this is here shortly. But welcome back to Mount Hood Meadows. You are our 5th place male, kind of rounding off that top 5
comfortably. Smiles.
Of course he hid the number. We couldn't exactly see what it was, but we will bring that to you, that update here shortly.
Just a reminder of where we came from, right? A lot of this deck shuffling that we talked about on the way up and the way down has been made. It's a make or break in this section for many. So it's great to be reminded of, right, the grandeur of what these athletes are doing, from finisher number 1 to finisher number 200 here.
Look, someone's having fun with their drone. They are absolutely just That's Mitch. Mitch up there having a fun time, giving us some great views.
Now our podium is being honored right now. In front of us, our men's podium. We're welcoming our first place finisher to round it out. Liam still has some jog in him. Look at this guy.
He just stepped right. He didn't even use the short sides to step up. He just went right up high. He just did a nice little bench step there.
Bravo to our finishers.
But that is going to be our men's podium here at the Wy'east Trailfest 28K. I know Max King had to get out of here so that he could get back to camp. So he told me earlier that he's like, I'm not going to have time to do interviews or anything. So that's going to be Liam Myro, Darren Thomas, and Max King. That is going to be your top 3 gentlemen of the day here. That is your podium. Oh, we got a last second
a little
pass.
bit of room with Bumbalo in behind.
Bumby, that's another Nike jersey.
Wow.
Oh, no. Bumby chasing.
Strong finish.
Chasing for the finish there. What an absolute battle. And there's Sean Hayworth walking through the chute right there. He is our content creator on the ground. So what's amazing to me is Sean, if anyone goes back to Mountain Outpost social media channels and watches the pass yesterday between our men's first and second place in the 50K, Matt Seidel's pass, Sean got that while holding his camera without a gimbal. Like,
Unreal.
that's the talent that guy has, running a 6-minute mile with no gimbal, just hand-holding that phone, getting all the best content. So please do go follow us on Mountain Outpost on all of our socials.
Who's the strongest shoulder in the Pacific Northwest. So we see Mariah here kind of making the descent here.
He's froed up just a little bit, but we're going to keep on it because I believe that is Clark hanging out with women's second place. Mariah having a great come from behind, really biding her time to make her moves. And if this is where we believe it is, that's going to be our women's second place. Now, I remember Matt Seidel was talking about this yesterday, how painful these little 100-foot climb is on that final, because you've been descending for so long that your legs are moving, but they're moving so fast that you don't quite realize how painful they are until you have to go up the climb.
It's I imagine there's like acceptance, there's bargaining, there's
You're going through all the stages of grief over here.
I bet.
Yeah, no, I think that you kind of have just accepted that things are painful and you don't realize how bad it is until you have to go back up these climbs and you're just like, oh wow, my legs are dead.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing somebody like Mariah who's definitely new to this race, new to I don't want to say new to the sport because I obviously respect all of the work that Mariah's done to get here today, but the effort that it takes to make that move to get into the second place and continue to keep the pedal down is just so impressive. And as we welcome another finisher to the line here, we're building out this top 10. It's this is a tight race as we expected. Our top 10 is going to be pretty close together through all of this.
Okay, so this is who we're getting in our final draw for our top 7. Is we've got Liam Myro, Darren Thomas, Max King. That's going to be our podium here at the Wy'east Trailfest 28K presented by Salomon. But then right behind them we had Alex King chasing super hard out of Trout Lake, Washington. Charlie Sakema out of north of Vancouver. Him making his way from the Great White North, making his way down here to the States to race hard. Had an absolutely fantastic day. Coulter Blanchard out of Farmington, Utah. I've got to give a shout out to my Utah boy there, really making a strong punch in the finish, moving his way up up the field into this sixth place. Andrew Rylardsdom from Portland, Oregon, putting a crushing finish on at a 7th place. Peter Kesting out of Olympia, Washington in 8th place. Who's who we expected just ran through, and we're going to give you that final podium as it shakes out here. But we are getting eyes on our women's race here, waiting for Jade Belsberg, who is our presumptive women's winner. We should have eyes on her shortly.
We're seeing a heck of a descent right now from one of our competitors coming through here. into this finishing chute yet again through the flags. Welcome back.
This has to feel so painful to run that final 10 feet uphill, but also like you're right there at the finish, so you know your adrenaline's rushed anyway. But oof.
Let's get the heart rate data off that
final
bicep sleeve.
final few steps of climbing, just rough. Congratulations.
Now, as you mentioned, we are anxiously awaiting, some updates on Jade. Another competitor coming in here into that finisher chute.
That's Finian Jacobson out of Boulder, Colorado, making his way in. That was Eric Hamill was who we saw in that bright pink shirt. And I think we're going to round off our top 10 here very shortly.
Another strong finish. Now, we saw this competitor just keeping his nose in it the entire race. I know the places have shifted, but they have for everybody. This is just great to see. You see the red lizard singlet out and about.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely awesome. Like what I'm noticing here as I'm updating the feed, something interesting to me is we're looking at Liam Myro went out. He was the first one to hit Umbrella. He kept that lead, so he led, from our first checkpoint on, and for much of the day. Darren Thomas went from 6th at Umbrella to 2nd place overall. Max King 2nd to 3rd. Alex King 3rd to 4th. But then you get this really interesting 12th. Charlie Sakema was 12th place, moved into 5th place. Coulter Blanchard was 10th, moved into 6th place. Andrew Rylardsdom stayed exactly the same, 7th to 7th. He did not change positions at all, other than he was 4th coming off of that little out back. But then Eric Hamill in 8th place, he was 5th to 8th. There was a little bit of a change, but then Mark Fawcett 14th to 9th. I think it was interesting to see some of those, up in the teens have moved their way, significantly up into the top 10.
Yeah.
And even Darren Thomas being 6th place to 2nd place. That's not a lot of number jumps, but it is a significant, as you're talking about the front of the field. It's much harder to make some movement there.
Right. Yeah, and it could either speak to the strengths of the athletes and what they bring and where they employed those skills. It also speaks to the log jams. They're just natural in a course like this. It's what makes it just a tactful race for so many. And honestly, it's great to see people have to use their competitor's brain as well as their competitor's legs in a race like this.
Right, absolutely, and I think a lot more games can be played. This is a nice open stride here to finish things out. I think there's just something that happens whenever you can see the finish line. Like, you're able to hit your top end speed every single time for, that final finish line shoot. Whether you want to or not, you can and you do. It's just what happens.
In the realm of road running, right? There's the photo people that get you, and people tend to tighten up their stride on those momentary bits. But when the live stream from Mountain Outpost is this good, you gotta look good all the time.
Exactly. You've got we call that, I had some friends back in the day that whenever we'd race together, we called it a code pink, was whenever there was a photographer on course. So if you were running looking like crap and you'd hear code pink, it was, look good, look good.
Tighten
or someone else is looking like, give them your best shot.
It's true. So I mean, when the coverage is this good, if anything, I'd love to run a race that Mountain Outpost is at, because if anything, it might make me a better runner because I have to be on at all times.
When you get Clark behind you chasing you,
oh my gosh,
with that follow cam, you've got no choice but to be on your A game
and to be photo ready.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're anticipating Jade Balesberg, our women's finisher, our women's champion, to come through here very shortly. We're going to try to get a bird up in the air to make sure that we have eyes on her and can follow her for as long as possible.
Right.
Clark doing absolutely, shout out to Clark Morgan, local Portland dude who, spent all weekend volunteering and, or not volunteering, pacing and crewing Yassine Daboon at Cascade Crest 100, drove in here last night just to do the follow cam.
Wow.
Like, that is people who love the sport, who just want to give back as much as they possibly can.
That is commitment right there. And, speaking of Yassine in that group, like the Wy'east Wolves being, the Wy'east Wolfpack being one of our sponsors of the event, it's great to see them
manning up the Ski Patrol aid station,
yes.
Getting people taken care of, dialed in. One thing I know about them is they show up to these Daybreak races, and they love to work with this crew, with Jeremy and the crew here, to typically man an aid station. They got a pretty sizable pack out of Portland, so they'll usually get an aid station at every race. Their aid station at Gorge Waterfalls is one of the most amazing aid stations. They're at the corner of, they have like an out and back on that course, and they are the first aid station just outside of that out and back, so you get to hit them twice. And Yassine has a chocolate fountain going. He's got champagne flutes full of Coke and all of your favorite beverages.
Wow.
A spread of everything you can possibly want. And his whole crew shows up in just these amazing tuxedo kits and chef's kits. And he parks it there for the whole weekend, and he makes sure every runner is taken care of. So we want to give a big shout out to Yassine DeBoon. Let's take a gander and see actually how he did at Cascade Crest, because
let's take a look.
Been so busy here, I have not been paying attention to other races that are happening. I know Mountain Outpost was over at High Lonesome, so if you want to check out the action there and what that course is all about, head over to our YouTube channel, and we always archive all of our races so that you can go back and enjoy them. But yeah, go back, check what that one's all about. That one's a really fun, interesting race, in that their women's field is half the field.
Wow.
They dedicate, a large portion of the entries to women. It doesn't matter how many women are in the lottery. They pull up to, I believe they've done it one of two ways, where it's the total number of female entrants is the lottery, and 40% of them are female. 40% of the drawn field is female.
That's great.
So they make sure that it matches, and it's not like gets overrun by a already dominated sport. They try to really hoist the women up over there. So Caleb Efta is doing something great over at High Lonesome 100. So go check out the YouTube channel. Watch that whenever you have a time, but don't do it now. Do it after this broadcast, because we have some amazing things happening right now, and we are still waiting for our women's field to absolutely crush it in here.
Correct. That's what we're anxiously awaiting, right? So I know seeing more competitors coming through here, each person that passes by means that we're one person closer to seeing Jade here. How's the chat treating you right now?
Chat's doing pretty well. Thank you, everybody, for following along. We love it. And yes, Coffee Cup Girl, CCG.
Coffee Cup Girl.
She's getting some love in the broadcast.
Change her handle immediately.
Yeah, Coffee
Mariah,
Cup Girl.
you have an identity.
Yeah, no, you've started an identity. She's got the skirt, she's got the coffee cup. Let's see if that just keeps making an entrance to all of her races.
Now, we do make collapsible cups.
Yeah,
so
a lot of brands have
silicone.
Yeah,
but
we can get you one.
Yeah,
I've got several from every race I've done.
We could.
Mariah, we're gonna get you hooked up.
Well, I think if I'm correct, if I was in the village earlier before things started, I think I might have heard somebody looking for a soft flask. Truly not having anything today, so that could have been Mariah and team looking for that. Philly Track Club has entered the chat by finishing this race. We love to see the Flatlanders in the mix today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We are again sending drones out trying to find our women's leader. It's this really, as you saw earlier, if you were watching during the takeoff today, this might be Jade right here. That is nope. As I say, that's a very fast little dot. But as we saw from the beginning of the day when Clark was chasing the men out of off this course, it was a very densely wooded area, and it's only just a half mile up the trail, so it is extremely hard to capture from a drone perspective where these runners are coming from and going from. So without risk of losing her, we're just going to go ahead and park it where we know we can get her. What a finish.
What a finish. Also, looks like our friend who just finished took a little bit of a tumble. We had
there was
muddy
some
butt.
dirty butt.
And also wet, dirty shoulder. So
yeah, I'm going to guess that was a little up higher.
I'm guessing that was a snow crossing that didn't go well.
Yeah, exactly. That is a snow crossing did not pan out as anticipated.
Now, as this drum roll and this crescendo builds for our women's podium, it just speaks to the amount of athleticism and talent that is in this 28K field today. For it to be a toss-up, not because we don't know who's in the field, but for it to be a toss-up because of the way the deck has been shuffling behind Jade, that is what makes a race so great. Obviously, we wish this was wide open. I'm glad they're getting shade, but we're doing the best we can. But I enjoy this anticipation building with everybody else here, viewing on the stream, and folks who have been checking for splits. Obviously, right, that one split came from Umbrella Aid Station. So if you are interested in how this is going to play out, you're watching this broadcast, you should be sending this link to all of your friends for them to join to see how this plays out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're a fan of the women's sport, if you are a fan of women crushing things, come join us here. Send it to all your friends. Let's bump these numbers up, because really this is what allows us to continue doing this. So if you have not liked and subscribed already, I know you guys hate it, but I gotta say it. Smash that like button, subscribe, follow us, because really this is what helps us continue bringing this coverage. It's free, doesn't cost you a thing, doesn't hurt you at all. And if you can get that is amazing. This is going to be women's 5th place. That's Andy Cornish over there
coming through those trees. So we don't have eyes on folks in front, but Andy Cornish on a pretty furious descent right now.
Yeah.
Just feeling super comfortable with her legs under her, and seeing if there's enough runway to break into that 4th place or that 3rd place accordingly. So I hope when we see things open up a bit, we get some drone shots, we get a little bit more context for where we see everybody. Now this
There's
is our
Jade
women's
Bailesburg
one.
right there.
Wow.
Not all gas, no brakes. She is not holding back whatsoever on this final descent down through the meadow into the podium here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your presumptive women's champion. We don't want to say it until the finish.
We don't say it until then. Seeing again, just despite whatever terrain, whatever part of the course, however many miles have been in the race, Jade just looks controlled. And that is so beautiful to see, that coming into this descent, by no means is it slow. Look how fast Jade is coming in here with seemingly nobody on her back, but coming in with a lot of power in this stride. And opening up this women's field in terms of opening the account of finishers with a great punctuation mark. Now, we see this descent into the meadows, into the Shire, as Jeremy Long said. We'll see just a few more turns here until Jade's able to see those finisher flags and hear the crowd from the sun deck out here. But what a great race that we've seen from Jade today. Just truly operating and executing on what she knew she could do. Right, there was one move that was made that was definitive. It took advantage of a situation, but I don't think Jade was ever in doubt of what Jade could do today.
Absolutely, and I think she's been racing with a lot more confidence this year. I think she found her love for short distance again. She found where she really belongs in the sport after testing, a few different distances, a few different types of terrain, a few different courses. She really was trying to find her own in this space and in the sport, and I think she's found it here with another 28K win here in the Golden Trail National Series. As soon as she crosses that line, this is going to be her 2nd win after after a phenomenal performance at Broken Arrow this year.
Jade is a force to be reckoned with and has shown that for sure. I know I can't wait to see what Mammoth is going to look like. I hate to look forward to the next race that Jade has on the calendar.
Exactly.
But because I definitely want to like have a lot of respect and admiration for what Jade did today. But this is such a strong showing from Jade today and definitive that I'm excited for what we're going to see going forward. And we're welcoming another finisher to the podium here. We're behind Andy Cornish again in the trees, that seemingly F5, getting a feel for what that terrain looks like, this runnable section on the descent here.
And this right here is exactly why we don't have drones in the air. We already lost word on the street is we've already lost one drone to the trees today.
Oh.
So
Whoa.
we sacrificed one in the name of bringing you all the absolute best that we possibly can. We had one drone down, and so this is why we cannot fly in these areas. But, we've got some amazing athletes doing some amazing things for us to just try to get these great shots. Bringing them in. So we gotta blend, that space of giving some great shots, while also taking a few calculated risks, I would like to say.
It's a good way to put it.
And that's definitely, if my drone pilot's watching, that's not anyone poking fun or being mad. I told you to push boundaries, so you did exactly what you were told to. And that's just how it plays out sometimes, right? Just like these athletes are realizing, you take a few risks, you push a few boundaries. And there is our women's second place here.
F2, Mariah.
Coffee cup girl. Just bringing her own coffee cup to the race. Not even grabbing a soft flask, just taking a few sips at aid stations.
No, I love this idea of Mariah bringing a little taste of road running, getting the coffee cup, knowing that she could kind of create that little pinch funnel.
Create the pinch, yeah.
Right, create the pinch funnel and work with it. Now, this... Again, we can't stress enough how impressive it was to move from that fourth to second on that ascent to the top, to the peak of this course, and to hold that place as well. Now, I do think, right, not seeing anybody in the background, this third, fourth, fifth is going to be very interesting for us to see who gets that final spot and how it shakes out.
I think we're going to see him really tightly coming in here.
Agreed. But a huge effort from all in these top 5 men, top 5 women, just really honest efforts all around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is women's
F2.
second place.
Oh my goodness. What a huge shakeup.
Wow.
What a huge shakeup. So the way that we went from 4-2 with Mariah, we went from 4-2 with Caroline. Am I correct?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my goodness. Look at this descent.
She shredded that.
Oh my goodness.
Caroline, we apologize. You are our second place
Not
coming into the finish here.
In sight.
Just absolutely shredded that descent.
Oh my gosh.
Too fast for the drones is what that was.
So we know Caroline's expertise now, am I right?
Yeah, no, she made a
goodness.
statement on this descent. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our women's second place, Caroline Alcorta.
And our third place now with Mariah.
Oh, my goodness.
You got this, Mariah. It looks like that descent maybe is feeling it very palpably in the legs right now. But a brave race for Mariah to round out this podium for sure.
Absolutely. She kind of raced from behind and made her way up. Out of Victor, Idaho, Mariah Brettel, you are our third place female here at the Wy'east Trailfest 28K, part of the Golden Trail Nationals Series.
Wow.
What a race. I told you, the women's race was a lot tighter than we anticipated. It looked like Caroline actually closed the gap a bit on Jade Billsberg. And Mariah making a surprising move up the climb. There's Andy Cornish.
And we have a shot right now of Camila looking like F4 coming into this finishing chute. This deck has shuffled a few times today, and that just shows like the bravery of all of the women racing to really have this 2 through 5 being a I wouldn't, toss up is not respectful to everybody here, but to be as exciting as it is. So a really brave race from Camila to fight back after that wrong turn on the way up, where she was sitting in
the lead
in first place.
Yeah, with Jade right on her heels. Jade took advantage of that. I mean, it was literally 2 steps of a wrong turn. It was just a slight miscalculation, bad judgment on a turn, and Jade struck right there. She took advantage of her opportunity, and she really made her way into the lead there, and had not given it up since.
Truly. What a great finish. That's a strong finish for sure. And we see Andy Cornish, F5, coming through with with a few more turns before coming into that finisher chute. Had a little bit of her own race to run today with just the way things were shaking out, but some brave descending for sure. I know seeing this women's race today makes me excited for the next Golden Trail Series head-to-head that we'll see with some of these same personalities, right? We talked about at the beginning of the broadcast having this similar personalities and similar race formats really lend itself for us to bring our knowledge and our perspective from race to race into the conversation.
Yeah, and I think the great part about this is we get to see, again, we're building characters in this race, just like the Tour de France, in this series, I should say, just like the Tour, because you're able to see, like, okay, now we know where Jade's strengths are. Now we know this, these new characters, Mariah Brettel, who showed up out of nowhere to have a commanding ascent, to put herself in second place, at one point during the race, and then we had what an incredible finish there for our women's second place. Just absolutely crushed it. Came flying out of nowhere.
Wow. Yeah.
And made up a lot of spots on that descent. Caroline Alcorta there out of Seattle, Washington, just made a statement today. So now that we're seeing our characters develop a little bit, we know where strengths are. We know where weaknesses are. We know where position is and what it takes to move up in positions as we're building up points. So the stakes matter. Every race starts to matter. Every race has a little bit more at stake to it as we're working our way towards the Golden Trail World Series and the championship event. But yeah, next on the docket, I think we're going to have a really, really fun Mammoth Trailfest. And not to, break any news here, but Mountain Outpost is going to be out there.
Whoa.
So you will get to see the action unfold there with the Golden Trail World Series there at the Mammoth Trailfest.
Right. And I know some of these athletes are going to Headlands as well for the National Series, and we'll see similar kind of things take place. I know, to your point as well, we will bring our own perceptions to what these courses look like, and we'll have our own ideas of, this ascent is really where this person's going to do the bulk of their work. And it's just great to have that sense of, I guess, that attachment to athlete and format and course. And I'm super excited to see just future iterations and future races on this for sure. Now, the thing that I also I'm curious about, right, as we think about these races that are coming up, both in September, right? We have Headlands 27K, we have Mammoth as well, in a week apart from each other.
Yes.
With those being in September, it gives maybe these athletes a little bit of time to kind of hone those skills, right? A beautiful part of what this sport is not only it's not only endurance, but it's also skill sets. And who knows if this is going to be a moment where some people can say, all right, I need to sharpen the skill going into those September races to really put my best foot out there, right? Maybe I got exposed a little bit on this part of the course, or this element of the race, or this kind of terrain. I need to seek that out in the next month to really get my reps in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that you're going to see athletes refine their skills, and Jade Bilsberg is a great example of someone who really kind of last second showed up to Broken Arrow and decided to compete against the world's best out there. She had a really great race, one that I don't think she was anticipating. I mean, I think that everyone turns out shows up to the start line hoping for the win at this competitive level. But, she was kind of like, yeah, I had my doubts, but then somehow I found my downhill wheels and I was able to really, really, really like turn it on. And I found this new skill set that I have that I didn't know existed and absolutely crushed it. So I think that she now has found this passion for this, or reignited a passion for this 28K distance, the National Trail Series, the Golden Trail National Series, and the World Series, that she's found a new set of skills that allow her to compete better and also reignite that love and passion for this distance. And now she's a major player in the race with 2 wins under her belt.
Very true.
At some great races.
Very true. And we saw Megan Lacey making some appearances here. I know that was another athlete that we saw at Broken Arrow. And, something I wonder, I know we'll see actually when we get to Mammoth, is the international talent added, right? When we think about World Series stops, that means that we see some folks who are racing on this circuit in other countries and making their way in, which is such a beautiful way to kind of build out just the level of competition associated. So Megan Lacey coming in here, an Idaho native here, training out of that space. Really was race super honest today and super gutsy. Always love to see Megan Lacey out on the course for sure.
Yeah, no, I was super proud of the way that she went out for it and absolutely kind of just sent it and did her own race, but also raced pretty aggressive. It takes a lot to put yourself out there and to give yourself a good challenge amongst other super competitive athletes. But one thing I am excited, speaking of competitive athletes, you brought up a really good point, Drew, that as we move into the World Series races, then we're going to get that international talent come in. We're going to get the Kipnienos, the Patrick Kipnienos, and like some amazing athletes that show up. We're kind of gathering our country's best here at the National Series, and then we're going to put them up in the World Series and just kind of really see like how that competitiveness goes. And we've got one of our other female athletes coming in here. I believe that's Peyton. We'll get eyes. No, that is definitely not.
5.65. Well, yeah, to your point, right, we saw Broken Arrow had some international talent that threw a wrench in a plan for many who were on the start line, and
yeah.
I expect we'll see the same thing happen when we get to Mammoth. But at a homegrown race like this, it's great to see so much, homegrown talent, and to see how the competition is still just really compelling with the field that showed up today, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That was great.
Catriona Graves.
That was great to see the side-by-side finish there. I don't know if that was if they knew each other prior, but it was wonderful to see the two athletes finish, and also love the decorum of letting her finish.
Yes.
A step or two.
I do appreciate that.
I do
well
as well.
Well done, sir. You didn't try to fight her off in the finish line shoot. You allowed her to have her moment.
Right, as she deserves.
I appreciate the chivalry in that. More finishers coming in. Our first grade finisher of the day. Actually, no, Max King has a little gray in the hair, so I wouldn't say this is our first grade finisher.
Well, we get this follow cam coming down through the meadows again. This is kind of illustrating, right? We are on this runnable section and seeing what they're dealing with. Again, it's a big shout out to the folks, camera in hand, who are doing this, gimbal or not.
Yeah, Clark is absolutely crushing it out there.
Wild.
He's run almost the entire course today. Of these 17 miles, I think he maybe has run 15 of them.
Yeah, I believe it. I do. Now, coming into the meadows here, right, we see that bend up ahead where where we see the chairlift, and that is kind of our home free. If I'm this racer in the all black, I see the chairlift, I know that, all right, if I have anything left, it's right now.
Yeah.
I know there's that little
dump everything you got, or if you've got a comfortable lead, just get to the finish.
Right. And in this moment, right, I know there's that little bit of an uphill that is a little rude to do at the end to get onto this platform, but you are home free. It's the time to turn it on, and I see the athletes doing that right now. I do see this athlete in the all black really closing the gap to this athlete in the blue ahead.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe
putting a final surge in.
Maybe we're in her ear. I don't know if we're pumping audio out through Clark on the course, but this is a big finish. It's good to see some strong finishes all around.
8:19. Congratulations. Well done, my man. And let's see if this is Peyton Bilo out of Rescue, California, I believe, who's in the all black. Let's get a
nice look back as we touch the flags. It's a good vantage point to really see where your competition is. I'd be doing the same, let me tell you. And
there she goes.
There she goes.
We'll see if she comes through, but that will put us in a good position of. We have 7 women in so far, so this will be our 8th place.
That last little incline to get on the sun deck never feels good, but bravo to our finisher here.
I believe that was 6:12, so that's going to be Peyton Bilo out of Rescue, California. We'll get an update here in just a quick second on the timer to verify that. So for those of you who are just joining us, as a recap, our race results today, our podium for the men. Oh my gosh, I'm getting everything mixed up here.
That's okay.
So our podium positions here for the men's race here at the Wy'east Trailfest, presented by Salomon, 28K, part of the Golden Trail National Series. We have Liam Myro came in an incredible time, absolutely just crushing it. Followed shortly by Darren Thomas, who gave him quite the scare, to be honest.
Truly.
Ate up a handful of spots to get himself in a second place position, with Max King rounding out the top of the podium in 3rd place. Just the ever affable crowd favorite, Max King, has been doing this for many, many years.
He's probably already in the car on the way.
He is on his way. He literally is on his way right now to camp.
Yeah.
So that he can continue doing what he has a passion for and loves doing.
He left for a night last night.
Yeah, got here. I saw him doing some strides in the parking lot. He's like, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know, man. I haven't slept much. I'm tired.
Yeah.
And he had an absolutely amazing race. And a huge shout out to the former 50K or the previous 50K champion, Alex King, with his 4th place, and Charlie Sakema out of North Vancouver for rounding off our top 5. And in our women's race, we also had a phenomenal day. A lot of fun watching this women's race unfold. The deck was shuffled many a times, but the final hand that we were able to play at the finish line here was Jade Belsberg, ran away with the win after hitting Umbrella in 23rd place overall, sitting right on 2nd place's heels. She finished in first place, the top of the podium, and then we had Caroline Alcorta put down an incredible surge all the way off the turnaround down to the finish to come in 2nd place. Mariah Brettel, our coffee cup girl,
yes,
our new fan favorite,
famous,
who has, from what I hear, has recently retired from Nordic skiing.
Oh, really?
And is now really pushing into the trails. So that is going to be our top 3: Jade Belsberg, Caroline Alcorta, and Mariah Brettel is our podium finishers. And not to be left out, we will say Camilla No and Andy Cornish rounded off our top 5, really putting down some great races and providing us with such a spectacular race. So top 5 on both sides was absolutely amazing. And you know what? I'm going to go try to round up some of these athletes and see if I can't get some interviews.
Beautiful.
So I will be right back shortly.
Awesome. Well, I know we appreciate everybody tuning in, right? This is a two-way street where I know as somebody who's not an employee for for Mountain Outpost and just happy to be here. I have a lot of respect and admiration for the operation they put on to make this possible, to kind of bring this to the viewers at home. But I also am really grateful for the folks who choose to tune in, right? Whether you're tuning in for 5 minutes or 5 hours, right? You are building the momentum behind what Mountain Outpost does and the value that they continuously provide to the race. So it is a symbiotic relationship. So for the folks in the chat and the folks who maybe just have the audio on in the background right now, it's greatly appreciated. Now, we goes without saying, right? We had our race director, Jeremy Long, on this morning. Yesterday was just so hectic getting everything underway that it was near impossible to check him and Jeremy Long yesterday. But I'm glad we got a chance to speak with them, because Jeremy and the team at Daybreak Racing do so much to bring people to this beautiful place. And we see the podium here that's currently on the sun deck. We have our third place finisher currently on the podium already. We have Mariah. Caroline is ascending this podium herself. Looks just fine doing it. And we will be joined by our definitive winner momentarily on that first place spot of the podium. Soon enough. Jade Bellsberg, take a bow. Masterful performance today. You get your wood black that you get to hang on the wall. Hang your plaque on the wall. The team at Daybreak, again, what they try to do here is, it comes from such a point of passion. When you heard Jeremy Long speak before about this Lord of the Rings mission of taking from the Shire to Mordor and back, is such a beautiful kind of offshoot of something more than just creating a race for the sake of creating it, right? This is clearly something born of his passion and the team's passion to create something in a beautiful place and to really welcome people in. I know we have a lot of folks who are local who do these races, but also there's so much to say about the folks who fly in to experience this as well. We have another finisher coming in here. Undoubtedly, they've had the same level of appreciation for this course over time. Now, in the Wy'east community, right, the other races that Daybreak puts on here is Big Alta, Gorge Waterfalls, Tillamook Burn, Cape Mountain, Hood 100. There's so many that are in this area that are all born of the passion the Daybreak team has and wants to bring to you. They have this beautiful, majestic setting behind us to bring people in, and we're grateful to be here as well. Continuous finishers coming through here. Now, I know we talked a lot about the Golden Trail series and keeping up with things here. Now, just to keep an eye on what they have going on and to stay a little bit more up to date and also a little bit more, let's say, in tune with what's going on. The Golden Trail has a few different elements to it. There's a World Series, there's a National Series. In our World Series races, right, we're building out a race portfolio, they're building out a race portfolio in Japan and China and in Spain and France, in Switzerland and Poland. There's things in the U.S. as well, right? There's 2 stops in the U.S., Headlands and Mammoth, that are coming up, which are great to see. But on the National Series, that's what we're here for today. Now, there are so many different parts of this National Series. There's specific series that take place in France, in the U.S., in Italy, in the U.K., in Spain and Portugal, and the Iberian Peninsula, and they all feed into to this larger format. It's kind of hub and spoke format for what we see. So we've been really fortunate to be here today at the Wy'east Trailfest, kind of building this momentum, bringing people to this beautiful area to to experience this competition in their pursuit of their Golden Trail dreams. So as we look at the rest of this field coming in, this is where the camaraderie begins, right? We're back at the sun deck. We have I think yesterday there was kombucha on tap. If I heard, there's some delicious burritos for the racers. There's just a sunny day that's not too hot outside. What's not to like? There's much to be enjoyed. I know there's our Salomon comfort zone, so for the folks getting their feet off the ground, we do have some lounge chairs for people to kick back and relax after a hard one. 33-minute gap from wow. That is, I'm getting a stat from our team talking about the time difference of F1 from last year to this year. That time difference being 33 minutes that Jade Belsberg just unleashed on this course today. It is very exciting to see how things are playing out for these athletes over time. Now, Zach is rounding up some folks to jump on this broadcast to kind of share a bit. I know we had some great coverage from drone pilots today from Mountain Outpost. We had some great follow cams from Mountain Outpost as well. But nothing really tells that story better than the athlete themselves. You know, we can't have them mic'd up in the race, but for them to share a little bit more about what their experience was, how that sandy volcanic ash felt underfoot on going up as opposed to going down, how the meadows were a reprieve or maybe a place to be exposed. Now, this is a tough course. We see our finisher 740 coming in a little bloody knee. I don't know where that happened, but we definitely took a tumble up there, and that kind of just speaks to the technical nature of this course, which really challenges every finisher here, right? From our first competitor to our last. We're all excited to see how people kind of find themselves through the sport today. Now, if I'm correct, we had 188 competitors today come through that umbrella aid station with a timestamp. So we'll be cheering for all 188 to come through again. And I'm excited to see how they enjoyed their journey today, which is truly something to challenge. We have a great kick from a competitor coming in right now, hitting the carpet. We love to see, like Zach said before, this is a moment that just really opens up the legs as you hear people with the cowbell ready to go. Now, looking at the spread on the athletes that we have today, let's look at that top three for men and women, how the race shook out. So our men's leader came in at 2:13.49, and we had less than 3 minutes separating our first, second, and third place today. Absolutely beautiful. And then on our female side, 2:41, 2:44, 2:45. So again, 4 minutes separating our women's podium there. So a tight race that we knew we'd have today, and we are so impressed with our team that we have out there. Now, these beautiful drone shots really show you the beauty of this course yet again. We can't speak about it enough. This is inviting us out here. The amount of lush green that you get to run through after coming through that volcanic ash is such a dichotomy that we love to see come through in real life. So we love to see it. We're going to welcome Zach back to the desk now after rounding up some athletes.
You got me now. So, Drew, you are off the hook for a moment. We are going to welcome our men's winner of the day, our champion here at the 28K, Liam. Come on over. Let's have a little chat here, bud. So we had some phenomenal racing, all around here on the course, and you were all witness here in the live feed in the broadcast with what went down, and what went down was Liam Myro led practically from the gun all the way to the finish line. Way to go, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining me, Liam.
Yeah, of course. This is pretty cool.
So talk to us a little bit about the day. When did you take the lead? Because we first got eyes on you at Umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first time we were able to get eyes on runners. And you were in the lead there, and you were in the lead until the finish. So talk to us about that. When did you take that?
So I know this course pretty well. I've run on it twice, did the 50K last year. Probably never again. And so that was 2 loops of today's course, and then I did the 25K the year prior. So, and this is also my backyard, being from Portland. And having a downhill start is unusual for a trail race of this length. And so I wanted to just play to my strengths, which is running like gradual downhills. And so we got in 1 mile into the race, and I made my surge and truly never looked back. I made like a 30-second gap, I'd say, and then a couple miles later, like Max and a few other guys caught up, and then I dropped like another 550 mile on the flat section and opened up another gap and was just in it for the long haul. I was like, I can't look back. I just got to send it.
And you absolutely did, and it was really fun to watch. Although you say you didn't look back, but there was a point where you and Darren Thomas were pretty dang close after you left Ski Patrol. You guys, I mean, I think it was happened just a little bit before the Ski Patrol outbound. You know, you guys came in to pretty close, and then you left, and he was on your heels on some of those descents on the switchbacks. Were you running at any point? Were you running looking back and kind of scared, or were you just like, just hammer home, do what you do?
So, I mean, you have the doubts creep into your mind, and with the duration of today's race, like any race that's more than 2 hours is a challenge for me, for sure. I think for anyone who's a sub-ultra runner. And I was just like trusting the process, like knowing like there will be downhill, there will be sections I can run again, and just like letting the hurt and not trying to think that just because I'm in pain right now, I'm going to end up having a bad day. So I was just like believing in myself. And although I was looking back, it was mainly just to kind of gauge my effort. And yeah, that 1.5 mile section is unrelenting. It's so gnarly. It's like technical section, sand, snow. It's like you encounter every season. It was like hailing at one point. The drone was above me. It was like, it was a movie.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely phenomenal out there. And one thing, I was talking to Alex King, and he said, yeah, it rained out there a little bit. It was pretty nice. You know, it kept us a little cool. And I absolutely loved getting that beta because we didn't see that. Like from here, we couldn't tell it drizzled or hailed or rained at all. We could just tell that you guys were having great temperatures, slightly overcast, nothing too high. Compared to yesterday, where we had runners at Umbrella the first time were just dousing themselves with water already, you know, an hour earlier in the day, and they were still dousing. And that heat, that sun was hot out there, and you're pretty exposed for a lot of the race.
Yeah, the cool temps today, like cooler, was a game changer. I wore a hat for like the first time ever in a race, and I was pulling off whenever there was a snow patch and like scraping Wolverine status the snow, throwing it under my cap and then pressing my cap down. So I just had this like ice block on my head. And that was a game changer, just kind of playing into the climate strategies.
We actually noticed that. It was something we commented about here in the booth as we saw you racing. You kept running past the snow patches, and we couldn't tell if you were throwing snow in a bottle and just drinking from there, or whether you were like dousing your, like throwing it down your shirt, throwing it in your hat. We couldn't quite tell what you were doing. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Did you stop at any of the aid stations?
Never stopped. I got past my hat at aid station 1, and then at the third aid station just got a bottle.
Okay.
So
you did actually drink something out there.
Oh, totally. I put down 1.5 liters.
Nice.
Which isn't like a crazy amount, but
for a short distance race, I think that's a pretty considerable amount. It's more than most are putting down.
It'll do.
So you did really well. You know, you are a local athlete here out of Portland, Oregon. You know these trails really well. Are you looking to continue moving down the Golden Trail series and at other races, or?
Totally. Yeah, this was my second Golden Trail National Series. I did Breakneck Point, finished third there, finished first today. So I think my national ranking is is on the higher end, and then I'm doing my first world tour for the Golden Trail starting in 10 days. I'm going to Europe for 6 weeks. So
Nice.
Sierra Zinal is the North Star that I've been training for, and then the Tatra Sky Marathon in Poland, and then World Cup races, and then back for Headlands and Mammoth. So it's like this 8-week bender of racing, and so today was nice to kind of kick that off on a high note.
Yeah, no, you absolutely did. Securing the top spot on the podium here, you showcased to not only the National Series but also the World Series what you're capable of doing. And we see a lot of great things to happen. One of the things we love about the Golden Trail National Series is that you get the opportunity to race frequently, and you get an opportunity to race 1 week and a couple weeks you're racing again, or the Marin Headlands and the Mammoth back-to-back weekends.
Yeah.
How do you let the viewers know at home? How do you handle that stress load? Do you just try to race hard every time, or are you strategically trying to just hey, I just want to get top 5. I just want to get on the podium for this one, and then I'm going to go really hard the next week.
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's a race, I'm in it to win it. Obviously, bigger races like Sierras and all, like I have to taper those expectations just a bit, being on that large global stage. But I think if I'm lacing up, like I try not to have any doubts that I can't be first place. And as far as like the strategy for racing goes, with these back-to-back weekends coming up, I was able to, be articulate with how I placed those races starting in January. And I've only raced 4 times and had a 2-month block with no racing. And so just to be able to put in as much hard efforts and miles, if you will. I'm not a big mileage person, but until we go on this racing circuit.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're about to go through a lot of decent mileage weeks for sure, with a lot of high intensity. It sounds like you've prepared very, very well, and we're excited to see you move on through the Golden Trail National Series. We will also be at Mammoth broadcasting there.
Yes.
So you will see us again. We're really excited for that. We're excited to see you put on another clinic, another great show. But one last question I have to ask. You came out here. This is such a unique course, and that you get to run through so many different varied terrains and zones and areas and different types of running that kind of strengths and weaknesses for everybody. You get something out here. But, we want people to come out and experience this race. We want them to run it next year.
Yeah.
So if you could highlight one place on the course, if you took the viewer at home and you said, hey, I want to put you here because this was the most memorable or the most beautiful part of the course, where would that be today?
When you see the turnaround point going up the final ascent, so like the sandy switchbacks, your right side you're on the precipice of like a 2,000 foot drop, and there's snow and there's like wind tornadoes, and you can just see the top camera, the turnaround point where they punch your bib.
Yeah.
And since it's so switchbacky, it looks like it's 100 yards away, but it's really like a half mile away. And that part's surreal.
Yeah.
Seeing like the cliff edge, and you're looking back and there's runners coming and there's people shouting the drone.
You've got Hood just behind you, just looming over you.
Hood is just a beautiful monster, and getting to run on that is special. But yeah, I mean, shout out Zach, Mountain Post team. Like, my mom got to watch this today. A lot of people who can't be here, you're just increasing the access to the sport and amplifying what trail running is, what sub ultra is, and it's going to blow up.
No,
we're on the precipice of the blow up.
We really are. It sounds like my racing career on the precipice of blow up at all times. But we're excited to have you. I think it's a culmination of a lot of things. Yes, it is Mountain Outpost being out here and wanting to showcase what the sport is about and what the community is about. But you athletes are giving us some amazing footage, and you're giving us great races. You and Darren had a strong battle today towards the end. So thank you for showing up and for believing in us and letting us be a part of your race and giving us something to film. And we appreciate the love you've thrown at us. And we are excited to see you at Mammoth Trailfest.
Thanks, dude. I'm stoked.
Awesome. We'll
Appreciate
go rest,
Zach.
go recover, and we'll see you down the road, buddy.
Okay, over and out.
And I'm here in the studio with our women's champion, Jade Bellsberg. Jade, what a phenomenal race out there.
Thank you.
How do you feel now that you're finished? You've gotten, you're racing really hard towards the end there. Have you gotten yourself a chance to catch your breath and feel okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty decent. I was a little bit worried in the final miles, but held it together and feeling pretty good.
What worried you in those final miles? Was it a competition chasing you standpoint, or was it I'm starting to feel it and starting to fade a little?
I wasn't starting to feel like I was fading, but I also wasn't sure how long I could hold that pace for. And I definitely knew that there were some very fast women behind me because I'd seen them, at the turnaround, and they weren't that far back. So I think a little bit of both.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's fair. You did have some amazing talent behind you who were giving you a reason to push hard all the way to the finish, which is always exciting. That's why you show up to these races, because you know you're going to get top-tier talent.
Yeah.
Speaking of top-tier talent, this is your second win here recently on the Trail Series, the Golden Trail Series. You had a phenomenal race over at Broken Arrow. You are now here, and you had another phenomenal race here on the National Series. Where are you going to go next?
Next is Squamish 50K for the Canadian Trail Championships.
Oh, we knew you'd have to go back home for the Canadian Championships.
I know, I have to.
Okay.
And then continuing with the Golden Trail Series at Headlands and Mammoth.
Yeah, I saw someone signed up for a double at Mammoth, another VK 28K combo.
I know. I really like the VK. Wasn't so great last month, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah, no, it sounds like you've really found your position in the sport of specifically 28K seems to be a very strong distance for you. You are going to go off and do the 50K championships. Do you really feel like you found your home here in the sub-ultra distances?
I think for now, not a permanent home. I want to go for the Rim Trim FKT, ideally this fall.
Nice.
So that's not really in the sub-ultra category, but I'm enjoying trying different things this year.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of really great quality shorter races to prepare for that long race. So it's a great training strategy. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, exactly.
And whatever you're doing is working really well, because
Thanks.
You found yourself on top of the podium again here at Wy'east Trailfest 28K. We were watching, and we saw you make a fairly definitive move when you were chasing first place, and she took just the wrong step, and you moved into first place and turned her around. We did notice that you were like, hey, no, turn, but you definitely made a move there. Was that a place mentally where you decided, like, now's my chance, I'm going to go for it?
Yeah, I could kind of tell that Kamala, I think is her name, she was looking really fast on the downhills, but I found myself catching her on the climbs, so I wanted to take advantage of the climb that I knew we had ahead. And I just wanted to run my own race at that point and wanted to put as much distance between her and myself as possible.
Yeah, and you absolutely did. It seemed like you had a pretty commanding lead by the time you made that turnaround. And on your way down, you got to see your competitors and where they were at. Were you surprised at all about the shakeup that happened behind you in the women's field?
Yeah, a little bit. Carolyn, yes, was a little bit closer than I had expected, certainly, and that was a little bit nerve-wracking at the turnaround, and again, I wasn't sure how things were going to play out on the descent. So
yeah, was there anything you specifically trained for? I know we had a conversation after at Broken Arrow, and you said you surprised yourself with your downhill legs and your technical terrain, and you really just found this new gear inside of you that you didn't quite know existed. Were you practicing on that for this race specifically? It seemed like there's so much buttery smooth trail, but also extremely technical stuff up top.
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of technical terrain like that in San Luis Obispo, so I've just been practicing my downhill speed in general and just getting more confident on the descents. I think I did rely a lot off of how Broken Arrow went for me last month, knowing that, okay, I can run faster downhill and faster on more technical things than I think I can, so I'm going to be okay during this race too.
It was absolutely a confidence-boosting race for you over at Broken Arrow, and I feel like this kind of, and I said this a couple times, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like that kind of woke up this new skill that you didn't quite know you had, and it gave you this confidence to be able to show up to Wy'east and be like, I'm going to be fine up there. Like, as to where previously you may have been like, that's my weakness, I don't know. But now you're approaching it like, no, I got this. Did Broken Arrow give you put you in a position of finding like a confidence out there that you didn't know you had?
100%. Yeah, that race went entirely differently than I thought it would. I've clung on to the idea for so long that like it's my climbing that's my strength and my downhills are my weakness, and so I have to make my climbing as good as possible. And now I'm trying to work on my downhill speed more, and it's paying off.
It's paying off in huge dividends with another win here at the race. I think that's something that you can. I know you're a coach, and that's something that you can also relay to your athletes of like, train to your weaknesses, allow them to become strength, and the confidence you get off of that is huge. And it really can redirect a lot of your racing strategy. And it's something that I find absolutely admirable, that you're looking at something that like you saw once was a weakness, and we believe the stories we tell ourselves, right? Like,
yes.
Oh, like this isn't my strength, so I'm just not going to be good at it. And then you kind of just, your body follows what you say. And I think you've proven a point here that I think a lot of us are capable of more than we think we are. And it's not until you get put in a position where you have to open up that downhill speed in order to secure that top podium position where you go, oh, wow, I do have this.
Yeah.
The stories we tell ourselves is important. Lesson to all the kids at home. But yes, no, we had a phenomenal race. You had a great race. I said we had a phenomenal broadcast because you had a great race. We had eyes on you for a lot of the race. You had a commanding lead. It was challenged at some point, but you held it. We are proud of you. It was awesome. You gave us a great show. But what I'm really most interested in is this course is very unique in that it gives you such a wide array of terrain to run in. You've got buttery smooth single track. You've got really aggressive uphill alpine stuff. What part was your favorite part of the course?
Both my husband and I are really into wildflowers, so honestly the parts we were running through the Mariposa lilies I really enjoyed. That was like the smoother section, but
yeah, that's fair. I will say you are the first champion out of the last 2 days to say that you like the lower section more than the peak. Everyone seems to just really love that peak.
Oh, really?
The turnaround, they're like, it's just so epic. And I'm with you. I'm like,
I like the flowy stuff.
Give me the flowy stuff. Give me the beautiful meadows.
Yeah.
Give me the wildflowers. If it's just rock up there, I'm like, it looks like
Exactly.
Mars. It's cool, but
Yeah.
I like the wildflowers better.
Yeah.
So, so the last question I have for you, we're trying to hype this race up because it's a beautiful race. It's in an amazing place. It's a very unassuming race. What would you tell the runners at home? Why should they come and sign up for this race next year?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, exactly like you're saying, the variety is really, really cool. Usually you get a race that's, either really technical, rocky the whole time, or very fast. And the fact that you get a little bit of both, the creeks are beautiful, and just being out here on Mount Hood is gorgeous. This is my first time up here, and I'm super grateful to be here.
Are we going to see you next year?
I hope so.
Yeah, awesome. Well, Jade, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for giving us a great race. I will definitely be looking forward to seeing you at Mammoth. We will be there broadcasting that race as well.
Awesome.
Sounds like a lot of you guys are going to be there, so it'll be fun. Be like a little family reunion back there.
That's perfect.
Awesome.
Thanks
Thank
so
you
much,
so much,
Zach.
Jade. Awesome. I'm back here with a man who needs no introduction. You got to see him yesterday, Mr. Darren Thomas. How's it going, man?
It's going great. Yeah, I had a great race.
Yeah, you did.
Had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, you did. You finished second place behind Liam. You guys had a pretty strong race, a battle there towards the end. It was really fun to watch. But one thing that I felt was really unique about today, especially for you, was the fact that you hit Umbrella Aid Station in like 6th or 7th place and moved your way up throughout the day. When you're typically an off-the-gun kind of guy, you like to go out front and maintain that as long as you can, or to the finish. And was this a different strategy out there?
Yeah, absolutely. It hasn't really been working for me lately to start out so hard in these competitive fields, and I had some self-trust today with the really hard second half of the race, so I knew that people would come back if I made an effort on that climb. And to be honest, it was also really hard to pass people once we got on the single track.
Yeah.
So I was back in 10th or 11th before the first aid station.
Okay.
And then made a few passes right before the aid station. And I didn't know what position I was in until I got up to the high aid station.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. Like it seemed like kind of what we were struggling with going through there was we were kind of struggling with kind of seeing. We didn't have any service back there. We had no ability to get those first couple miles, so we had no idea who was where and what was happening.
Yeah.
And when you popped out of the trees, you seemed pretty happy. You seemed pretty stoked with where you were. And then we cut to the women's race at Umbrella, and we looked back, and you're over here in like 3rd place making a charge on Max. And then by the time you hit Ski Patrol, you're in 2nd place. You just slowly worked your way up. Not a lot of opportunities to pass there. What was your kind of game plan? When were you going to gauge how you were going to move through?
Well, I knew it opened up a little more after that first aid station, some wider trails and the fire road. And it was just way more fun to race this way and get a little psychological boost every time I passed someone. And I knew that high part was just very slow and I could make up some ground there. And I was able to do that. So
yeah, it seems like you had a phenomenal race up that climb. We got to watch you make your, ascent, and not only your ascent, which was awesome, but the descent. You really, really made up a ton of ground on Liam. Almost caught him in that aid station. Is that your happy place? You're a Mount Marathon runner. You understand that super technical, super steep stuff. Was that where you were really going to try to make your move there?
Yeah, and I knew that Liam is very, very fast on the roads and smooth trails, so I knew I had to catch up or at least get close to have a chance to catch him. And then behind me, I knew Max is also really good at that stuff. So it was a 3-way battle up there for the podium. And like Jade said, I have always thought of myself as a climber, but this year I've been feeling really good on the downhills. So I was confident going in that. It was a lot of fun up there.
Yeah, no, you guys had a nice little push and pull battle there where you'd eat up some time on him, then he would take off and surge, and I think it just came down to who's comfortable on what terrain. And Liam did best you today, but you're showing some strong results here, the Golden Trail National Series. Where do we get to see you next?
It's kind of up in the air right now. I'm signed up for OCC.
Okay.
Out at UTMB, but I've been up and down with Achilles stuff this whole year, so I'm not really feeling that confident in in the longer races.
No, that's fair. I think, a race like OCC, for what it's worth, from, an old washed up PT, I definitely can understand that, OCC being a lot of vert, really, really steep, that puts an extra strain on the Achilles.
And very competitive.
You've got to be pushing super hard the whole time. If you want to if we want to see you in future races, that's probably not the best one to go with, and you can trust your gut on that.
Yeah, we'll see.
But yeah, who knows what'll happen out there. You got time. We got time to make mistakes.
Yep.
Where are you going to be? Are you going to want to perform more in the Golden Trail National Series? Is this a goal of yours, or was this kind of more of a, I came out, had some fun, and I want to do other things?
It's kind of undecided based on if I do OCC.
Fair.
Like Headlands and Mammoth are very close after that. And then I'm also waffling on the idea of Pikes Peak Marathon. Again, that's one of my favorite races Same weekend
Of
as
course.
Mammoth
Of
Trail
course.
Fest. I'm signed up for all of them right now. So
That makes absolute sense. Just why not
we'll
sign up
just
for
see.
everything and then just pick and choose what you show up to.
Yep.
It's always a roll of the dice if Darren Thomas is going to show up to your race.
Yeah.
No, that's absolutely awesome. You know, we love to see that you've got so many interests and you're excited about a lot of different things, and you're doing things right by ensuring you have a long career, by being concerned about this Achilles thing that pops up, and you're like, hey, I got to make the best decision for what's going down the road, because OCC, Pikes Peak Marathon, those races aren't going anywhere. They're going to be year after year after year.
Yep.
What disappears out of the sport is the athletes. So
Not the races.
It's not the races, it's the athletes. So make sure you keep coming back, because you gave us an incredible show today. We were excited to follow along. I knew the second I saw your name on the start list that it was going to be a great race and it was going to be a ton of fun. So
yeah, and the whole top 10 was close the whole time.
It was a very, very close.
It was a battle. It was so fun to be in the mix.
So I'm asking everybody this. I'm going to ask you two questions. One, on the descent, when you were passing, everyone but Liam, were you shocked to see how things had been changing up and moving throughout the afternoon?
Yeah, because you can see everyone coming up that's in the top 20, 30, and you could see the women's race developing, and I could see like mix-ups in the top 10 with the men that I had passed because I started back further.
Right.
Unfortunately, some of them just kind of blew up and were walking it up that climb.
Easy to do.
And then
easy to do.
Alex King had a great chase into fourth. That was really good to see him.
We were excited to follow him along. We saw him on the climb, and he made a really good surge after Umbrella.
He was the only one I saw with poles. He took him.
Smart kid using the poles.
Yeah, he took him at the first aid station, used them for the big climb, and then dropped him at the top aid station.
Yeah, we saw that with that. That is an expert move. That's also someone who knows this course really, really well and knows their strengths and where they're going to get the advantage. And it played out really well for him with this fourth place finish here. He was stoked to be able to race super hard today. We're excited to see you out here racing super hard. Sounds like you got a lot of fun things ahead of you. I'm going to be a little bit biased, and I'm going to say I hope you show up to Marin and Mammoth, because we're broadcasting Mammoth. So I'd like to see you out there throwing down. But the decision is yours to make, and I wish you best of luck for whatever you decide to do.
Yeah, thanks.
Everybody at home, thank you. This is Darren Thomas. Thanks for joining us, bud. This is second place here at the Wy'east Trailfest 28K.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, awesome. Thank you. It's good having you out here.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
So we are joined right now by our F2 finisher, Caroline. Pleasure to have you on here.
Thanks
and
for having me.
congratulations today.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I have so many questions. There's a gratitude for sure, because the way that you raced today, I mean, the entire women's field was amazing, but the way you raced today was so fun to watch, and watching like the cards being shuffled, through things was super cool to see. So first and foremost, thank you so much for,
Thank you.
for that. So I want to start off with like the beginning of your race. I know you were settling into that third position, right, on your ascent. You were going through the trees, and we remember we commented on how this is kind of like a lonely ascent in some way. Did you have any visibility once you were coming through Umbrella, making your way up to Ski Patrol? What kind of distance or gap or where you sat in the field?
I didn't. I actually didn't really have an idea of like where I was position-wise until like seeing kind of close up to the top. I was like, oh, there's like not another woman that's come back down.
Yeah.
And I could see who else is in front of me. And that was kind of a cool feeling because going into this race, I didn't really I made it a point not to go in with any expectations.
For sure.
No, to answer your question.
That's fair. Well, with that response makes me think that you're a little bit more inclined just to race and keep like your foot on the gas the entire time, and that's more, I guess, maybe fulfilling in a way than trying to think about where you are in the field. Would you say that's kind of the way you race?
Yeah, I kind of like flirting with the red line, at least to a point.
Yeah.
But a Wy'east friend of mine, his name is Brett, told me a little bit about the course,
Okay.
and he did mention that how hard that last bit of the climb is, and just like be patient. There's going to be a runnable section, and you are going to have fun with it. And like I just heard his voice at the top of there, be like, just wait.
Yeah.
And that was really hard because I really like I said, flirting with the red line a little bit, and having fun with it. But yeah.
It clearly paid off, right? With being patient in that first in that first section of that last descent, right? And being like a little bit more aware of the footing and where you were, not going over the limit, really paid off, because the descent you had, we didn't have visibility to it. So I'd love if you could walk us through, once you got through Ski Patrol, right? That's when things really shuffled from what it seemed like. But what was your experience on the descent there? It sounded like you were really excited to do it.
It was so fun. It just was like, we were joking, or a couple of friends of mine came up with, we were like, what's a word that you could think of during the race? It was like, cruisy was on there.
Okay.
Gravy came up.
Gravy.
It was just like, that is kind of what that felt like.
Yeah.
You just like, we're sort of cruising through, and it felt very fun and like smooth.
Cool.
And yeah, very like not reckless, but fast.
Gotcha.
Which was fun.
It is that kind of that old adage of like smooth is fast in a way, right?
Yeah.
Because some of those switchbacks were pretty aggressive, right? Like being able to accelerate and decelerate in such a short period of time really beats you up potentially. But
Yeah.
I know you get to that more flowy meadow part that probably felt luxurious.
Yes, that's the perfect word, luxurious.
I love that. Right. And it goes with the gravy side. It's like really super flowy and everything. That's awesome. So knowing that area was a little bit more narrow, where did you know, like going into that descent as a whole, did you have a sense of where you wanted to maybe make a pass, or was it like, wherever I can get it?
Kind of. Like I was up to, I think around like right behind third.
Yeah.
And I could kind of feel that we were like sort of slowing down on some of the sharper turns. And I was like, I think I got to make it now before I regret this. So I slid over to the left and kind of went forward with it.
Yeah.
And I'm happy I did, because I just like, after that it felt very freeing at the same time. And then just like, okay, I don't know where second is. I'm not going to focus on that. I'm just going to like focus on feeling good and like setting it to the rest of the race. Like knowing we were all pretty close to the finish at that point.
You were focusing on flirting with the red line, right?
Yeah. Well, I like part of that, you're like, oh man, I wish maybe I could have like put the hand on the stove like a little bit longer kind of thing. And there's always those thoughts that come up, but it was so fun.
That's the competitor in you, though, right? Like just finishing it, having this amazing descent, and putting your nose in it, and then being like, What if I just did a little bit more?
Like, what if, you know?
Yeah, it's just like always staying in that striking distance is so delicate, but so impressive. And just something that also comes to mind for me as well is, you mentioned how you got some intel on the course. You're from the Seattle area, right? So does this feel like, I know we're Pacific Northwest, does this feel like kind of hometown racy for you, or does it feel like it's still an unknown beast in a way?
It's very. It feels more like an unknown beast.
Yeah.
I don't think I would say that I've a seasoned trail runner by any means.
Yeah.
I am surrounded by a lot of seasoned trail.
At the Cowgill crew.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're so wonderful
Yeah.
and chaotic, and like I feel like I learned so much from them, and never not have a good time.
Yeah.
And like you flirt with the fear a lot, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that phrasing. So the flirting with the fear is great. So it sounds like you're supported by a lot of people. I love the idea though of being in an environment that brings out the best of you in this realm, where you're not saying like, oh yeah, I do this every day.
Mm-hmm.
I know this course, or even to say that I know these climbs and this hurt specifically very well, but just that you are in an environment that brings out the best in you, and that was clear today as well. For sure. Well, I can't thank you enough for putting on such a good race for us to watch, and a huge congratulations to Caroline. And yeah, any words for the folks at home maybe tuning in?
No, just so appreciative of everyone that either I've run with or just met in Seattle and Pacific Northwest. I guess I should say my family.
Yeah.
They're on the East Coast. They're the
Cool.
Braves.
Great.
Yeah,
Where
and
in the East Coast?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Yeah.
Super cool. Well, I imagine that wouldn't be the best elevation training for it, so I'm glad that you're out here doing your reps.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Altitude is a little intimidating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. I'm a new altitude person as well, so I have a lot of
Okay.
empathy for
Thank
things
you
as well.
for that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But hey, congratulations
Thank
again,
you
and
so
thanks for
much.
coming on.
Appreciate it. It
All
was
right.
an awesome race.
Thanks so much.
Thank
and
you.
thank you again to our second place finisher, Caroline.
Thanks.
Great.
And we're back again. I'm here with our women's third place, the final spot on the podium, Mariah Bradal. How are you feeling after that race?
Pretty tired. Yeah.
Pretty tired, absolutely. So you actually got a nickname out there. So for those of you who were watching, this is Mariah Bradal, also known as Coffee Cup Girl. Tell us about that. What was your situation? Why were you using a cup out there?
I initially was going to buy a cup when I got here because I saw there was a reusable cup situation, but my car stalled twice on my drive up the hill. And so I had to camp up here because I didn't want to risk going down and then not making it up in the morning. So I ended up camping up here and getting a parking pass, but I didn't have a cup then. And so all I had was a cardboard cup at the start. So yeah, I became Cardboard Coffee Cup Girl.
Yeah, everybody was just lighting up in the chat about that, which is awesome. That's not a bad nickname to have in a race.
Yeah.
Also, people can call you our third place, on the podium here at Wy'east Trailfest. Is this your first Golden Trail National Series race?
It is, yeah.
Awesome. What brought you out here to this race specifically?
I heard about the race and I was looking at it and I just, it looked like a fun race to sign up for and something to run and train for. And so, yeah, it is a pretty place as well. So, yeah, I figured I'd just try it out and have fun with it. And, yeah.
Well, you did more than just try it out. You went up against some of the best runners in the country, and you ended up on the podium. You are no stranger to competition. You do have a background in Nordic skiing. Tell us a bit about that.
I've skied my whole life, for cross-country skied, and went to college for the University of Utah, and then I've skied.
Go Utes.
Yes. And then 2 years with BSF pro team in Bozeman and a year in Sun Valley with their professional team. And then I just, so that's my background in cross-country skiing.
And is that do you feel like that pulled you into trail running? Are you just like, oh, I just got done with this and I want to do trail running, or did trail running become more exciting to you?
I always trail ran in the summers and would do like a lot of local races. And then, I love trail running. I grew up trail running as well. So, I just focus a little bit more on it for the summer. And so just having fun with it and
Well, you're doing very well with it. Yeah, if today's race was any indication, you've got a great career here in the trail running side of things, especially the sub ultra distances. Let's talk a little bit about your race, because you ended up moving up pretty well in the back half of the race. You feel like, obviously, with a Nordic skiing background, I'm sure climbing is going to be your strength. Were you kind of biding your time and waiting for the climbs to really make some moves?
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect, which was also kind of nice because it's like a no pressure type of race for me personally, because I have nothing.
The best kind.
Yeah, it really is. So I had that on my side. I just kind of started out with the group and I ran with one of my friends, Andy, for a while, and then I was just feeling good, so I just kept on moving up as I could, and definitely felt better on the uphills and lost a little time on the downhills, but it was I just kind of went at a pace I felt comfortable at, and when I saw the top, I kind of pushed myself up to there and then tried to run as fast as I could downhill.
Yeah, so with the skiing background, you're obviously no stranger to steep ascents and steep descents. Did you feel comfortable up there on those descents? I know that making that transition from snow to rocks is not super easy. Mm-hmm. So a lot of where speed comes from on the downhill is with repetition and time in the sport. Mm-hmm. But you seem to do very well there. Did you feel comfortable on that really loose, dusty, rocky terrain?
Yeah, and I grew up trail running with my parents quite a bit as a kid, and so I have downhill run before. There's a lot of mountains in Victor and Targhee, and so
you do have some really rad places up there for sure.
But I'm no stranger to downhill running, but I also definitely have a lot to improve there.
Well, I mean, I think it's a high hurdle to clear considering your strength is you're so dominant on the uphill that I think you can give yourself a little bit of a break on the downhill. You're doing great.
I'll take it.
I did notice one thing. You do have a little bit of a broken hand issue going on here. You're a little scuffed up. That didn't happen in today's race.
No.
Talk to us about that.
It was actually 2 days ago. I went hiking, running up one of the trails up in Bozeman, and I just took a little tumble.
As it happens.
Yeah. So I got the fall out of the way, I guess.
As you say, it's perfect. You got the fall out of the way before the race. It didn't happen up here. It was perfect.
Yeah. Get out during before the race. So
yeah, you haven't been a trail runner long enough until you've had a good couple falls, in my opinion. So
definitely got that the other day.
So talk to us. The last two questions I have for you, Mariah, is where do we get to see you next? What is your plan with trail running? Was this a one-off, or are you now kind of like, hey, I want to go see if I can show up to some other races?
I've signed up for the next 2 Golden Trail Series. So those are the next 2 races and only other 2 races I'm signed up for right now. So
Awesome.
You'll see me at the next one.
Any interest? So the next 2 trail races specifically being, is it Marin and Mammoth, or which ones?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Mammoth and where's the next 28K?
I think it's Marin.
Okay,
Marin Headlands, yeah.
Sounds
So, the Headlands 28K,
Yes,
whatever it is.
that's
So, that's going to be a great race. We unfortunately will not be there, but we will be out at Mammoth. So we will get to see you put on a master class on those ascents out there and, work on some of that descent speed as you said that you wanted to do, and we'll see how it shakes out at Mammoth. So last question for you. We love this race. We love the area. We love what it offers with such a varied terrain. And everybody kind of has their own little, what I like the most is this part. So I want to hear from you. What was if you could take the audience and you can say, hey, this was my favorite part of the course. What part would it be?
Oh my gosh, it was so beautiful. A part of me, when I was running, I was like, you got to focus on the race a little bit because it was so
You're getting lost in the beauty of it.
It was very beautiful. Yeah, I definitely would recommend it, even as just I kind of want to just come up here and go on long, easy runs because it's so pretty.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part?
My favorite part, I think that peak was pretty cool. I liked going up the peak there, even though
up the wizard climb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was kind of that's been a pretty common favorite for the elites up front. They're like, dude, it's so awesome up there with hood
cool.
in the back.
Yeah, hood with, the mountain was cool, and the climbing was pretty epic. So
awesome. Well, it was fantastic chatting with you again. Congratulations on a phenomenal race, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mariah Bradall out of Boise, Idaho. Is it? Victor, Idaho. Our women's 3rd place. So we'll be back here shortly to wrap up the live stream. And we are back. I'm Zach Marion, your host. I'm here with Drew. Drew, thank you for joining me all weekend.
Thank you for having me. This is really fun.
It was an absolute blast. It was an absolute pleasure. I think we were treated to an amazing show in terms of what these athletes were able to put out over the weekend.
We were spoiled, right? We were spoiled yesterday with the fight for 1 and 2 in the 50K and for the men's race. We were spoiled for the 3 through 5 for the women's race yesterday, and I think you probably feel the same for today as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that the racing was of the highest caliber here at the 28K. As being part of the Golden Trail National Series, I think it stands to invite a lot of competition. And we were treated with some great storylines throughout the competition. Liam taking it from line to line, he said he made that move in the first mile and kept it all the way to the finish. He was lightly challenged by Darren. Darren did give him a good push towards the end, but he opened it up and didn't even look back. He felt strongly about his speed, and it showed today. And then also Jade Bilsberg, who we watched her definitive move be made, and she never looked back and just trusted her legs. And I think that's the common theme that we heard today from the athletes is they trusted their strengths and they played to them.
Very true. I know just in these little aside conversations we've had with the finishers in the top 3, hearing their flexibility and their adaptability on the day, but equally it was predicated on trust, right? So they were able to respond to somebody going the wrong way or seeing the ascent that they had before them or the descent that was required for them to get back in the conversation, but they trusted themselves to do it and to last. For sure.
Exactly. And I think it's a lesson we can all take home is, trust ourselves. I think there was, Jade's story resonates with me really strongly where she was like, I just didn't know that I had that gear inside of me. And she found that gear at Broken Arrow a month ago. And she's allowed that lack of confidence that she had in her downhill speed and her technical abilities to really stop listening to the story she was telling herself and believe a new story, and it's showing up in her racing here. And I think we can all take that lesson home with us. Like, we're better than we think we are, and the stories that we tell ourselves really matter. Whether it's Liam's confidence in his ability to lead from the wire and finish, or whether it's Jade's newfound confidence and trust in her downhill ability to know that she could fight off these women and maintain that top win. I think it was a through line for both our winners.
Very true. And I can't wait to see how this kind of compounds towards later this summer and into the early fall in the race series too.
Exactly. I think that's not overshadow the rest of the series here. Right. We've had some great races in other areas at Broken Arrow, here at Wy'east Trailfest. We're going to go to the Headlands races, and then we shortly followed up by Mammoth Trailfest, which is going to be an international race as well. So we're really excited for thank you to Salomon for putting this on. We're excited to be a part of this, and we will be out at Mammoth Trailfest bringing all the action out there. So it has been a phenomenal weekend. Again, I'm Zach Marion. I'm joined by Drew. Drew, thank you for joining me this weekend. This was the Wy'east Trailfest Golden Trail National Series. We had the 28K today, 50K yesterday. If you missed them, go back, go watch them. There is some amazing racing out there, not to mention amazing views. And I cannot let us go without shouting out my crew who helped us today.
Please.
Our Mountain Outpost crew really did kind of the absolute most amazing work. We had some amazing drone pilots. We had great videographers. We had follow cams out there. And a huge shout out to Jacob Myers, local here, our producer on set, making all the magic happen. Drew, again, thanks a ton for joining me. This has been fun.
Appreciate you.
We will see you guys at our next race. We are going to be at Mammoth Trailfest for sure. But before that, we have the Rut races, and we also have Run Rabbit Run. So join us on Mountain Outpost. Subscribe, like, follow, do all the things that allow you to check out where we're going to be at. We're going to take a little bit of a month hiatus to A, rest ourselves, and B, get prepared for those 3 great races and then everything to come beyond that. So if you want to know what we're doing next, go check out the website, mountainoutpost.com. Look for the van driving around. Come say hi. Thank you all for joining us. Until the next one, go have some fun on the trails, and we'll see you guys out there.